service. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, I don't care. If we have convenient access to services, when you are deal with government entities, and that we are work on, we benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Not just systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better, to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it, that's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, I don't care. If we have convenient access to services, when you are deal with government entities, and that we are work on, we benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Not just systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better, to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it, that's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, I don't care. If we have convenient access to services, when you are deal with government entities, and that we are work on, we benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Not just systems and services for a better Jamaica.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get started. Know that we've been anxiously waiting for what is expected to be an awesome
The national anthem represents the beauty, pride, strength, and resilience of Jamaica and our people. My name is Agent Sasko. Please stand as we honor Jamaica, our culture, and our history.
Please be seated. The Honorable Favour Williams, MP, JP, Minister of Finance and the Public Service. The Honorable Xavier Main, Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. We have apologies being extended for Senator the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and Miss Darlene Morrison, Financial Secretary, unavoidably absent, so we apologize for them. We are expecting the Honorable Mr. Justice Brian Sykes, Chief Justice, as well as the Honorable Alonda Terrelong, Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Let me greet as well Ambassador Joan Underwood, traveled all the way from Barbados to be with us, right? We also have, and here I'm just calling names of individuals that I've noticed have entered the room. Mrs. Diane Gordon Harrison, Children's Advocate. I see as well Dr. Christine Hendricks, Executive Director of the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. And there are a number of permanent secretaries that are here, heads of entities in the public sector and private sector, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Althea McKenzie, and for those of you who don't know me, I host Farm Talk on Radio Jamaica 94 FM. It is now a part of the suite, the Sunny Side Up suite, having spent many years on Power 106 FM. I also host the Sunday magazine, and I think these days my name is being called in the Service Excellence Forum because for some strange reason they keep on asking me to join them for these kinds of events. So I would love to think that perhaps I have learned so much from them over the years that it has rubbed off on me in my daily work. And perhaps that is why I have been assigned this task. But service excellence is something that we often hear companies talking about. And they say that good customer service is important to them. But in reality, their actions very often do not seem to support that statement. Instead, many organizations tend only to focus on choosing faster and easier ways to get fast recognition and easy money. I don't know about you, but I find it very difficult when I call a business these days to have a machine answering me. That personal touch is missing. And yes, we're wrapping our minds around the changes that are taking place globally. But still, you'd want to have that human touch, which is why we meet like this. I mean, COVID kept us inside for a while, and when we came back out, we came out with a burst of energy and a joy because we're able to once again connect with each other and engage each other in conversation face to face. Think of yourself as the customer. As customers, we do not care about back office procedures and efforts. We just want to be noticed, we want to be served, And we want to know that our needs are being met so that we leave our money to the company, right? So we're leaving our money with the company, but we expect them to give us good service. Johnston R. and Clark G. have written in their book, Service Operations Management, that service excellence means that it's not about exceeding the expectations of customers, but primarily about delivering what is promised and dealing well with any problems and queries that arise. Did you hear that? Delivering what is promised and dealing with any problems and queries that arise. I must tell you that I'm commending this morning those government entities that have worked really hard to improve service excellence. It makes a world of difference. I had to renew my NHF card recently. One of the fastest turnaround times ever in history. I don't think I was in that office for 5 minutes. I don't think I was in that office for 5 minutes. It does speak volumes about where it is that we're going. And so as we gather together for the Service Excellence Conference under the theme, Building Resilient Public Services, we have some work ahead of us. Are we up to the task? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. I believe we are. And that's why this networking is important. This conversation is important. I hear that if you want to access the program, there are some cards on your table. You'll see some QR codes on there. Just hold your phone up to it so you can get the program, so you can follow along as we're going throughout the day. But ladies and gentlemen, I know that we're very busy people as well, aren't we? So because when we gather like this, who is in the office doing the work? Right? So let us see how we can get through this day, learn from each other, and then take whatever we have learned back into our offices. And so we're going to have a number of individuals and people from different organizations addressing us. And we now invite to bring us opening remarks, Maria Thompson Walters, Executive Director. And put your hands together for her. They say heavy is the head that wears the crown, so put your hands together for her as she comes to address you. And by the way, they will tell you, I don't accept that. So please fix that immediately, if not before. Thank you.
Thank you, Althea. Honorable Favor Williams, Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Honorable Xavier Main, Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, Permanent Secretaries and Heads of Entities, representatives from our partners, UNDP and the EU, awardees, members of public sector leadership, specially invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I know everybody has a story to tell about either good service or bad service. Well, on the weekend, I went to a clothing store trying to find something to wear this morning. And I stood behind a lady. I walked into the store, and the lady immediately came to my attention. When you looked at her, she was tense, and her face was set. So I'm not sure what happened before, but she was on the top of her voice, and her complaint was, I am spending my money. I am spending my money, and you don't get to treat me that way because I am spending my money. And she was talking to the cashier, and one of the ladies that are on the floor walked over to her, and she said, Miss, I am so sorry. I am not sure what has happened, but could you give me your items, please? She didn't try and tell her to let's go over here and talk. She was in the middle of everybody. She said, give me your items, please. She walked over to another cashier, and she turned to the person who was next and said, could you allow me to cash this lady? Things have not gone good for her, and I want her to have a good rest of the day. I will admit, I was surprised. And the lady her whole demeanor just changed. I mean, she got cashed, she took up her things and she left. And I cashed my stuff, and I also left, went about my day. It was only in getting ready for this conference that it came to me that certainly in Jamaica, we are very vocal about when we face bad service. But it wasn't so much about the service as the way the cashier made that lady feel. She made her feel unimportant, that she didn't matter. And what solved it was that somebody made her feel that she was important and that she did matter. And to me, that is sort of why we are all here today. Whether we are in a government office, a restaurant, a tax office, or even if we are getting food delivered to us at home, we expect good service. And one thing I can say is people know immediately when good service is missing. Sometimes we don't comment on when we get it, but we know when it is missing. And that is why today's conversation matters. It matters for us in the public sector. It matters for all of our citizens. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the Service Excellence Awards Conference 2026. We are hosted today by the Public Sector Modernization Division within the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, a division that champions service excellence and models service excellence. Today's conference takes place at a particularly important time for us here in the public sector. We have made deliberate progress, deliberate progress in strengthening service delivery across ministries, departments, and agencies. We have seen improvements in digital access, customer engagement, responsiveness, and institutional accountability, but we still hear complaints. Recent events, especially Hurricane Melissa, has reminded us that service excellence cannot exist only in periods of stability. It cannot only exist when everything is going great. It must endure during disruption, uncertainty, crisis, and even a single customer who is having a bad day. That reality is reflected in our theme this year, Building Resilient Public Services. Today's discussions will explore several dimensions of resilience, including disaster preparedness, business continuity, digital transformation, recovery planning, to name a few. I am therefore particularly pleased to welcome our distinguished presenters and panelists whose expertise will guide today's engagement and contribute positively to the evolution of resilient governance and public service delivery. This year's theme reminds us that resilience is now an essential part of being an effective public service. It means ensuring that communication remains clear during times of crisis. Services remain accessible during times of crisis. And citizens continue to experience professionalism, empathy, and efficiency when they engage with government. And most importantly, it requires that we celebrate those public officers who are able to continue to deliver even in the face of adversity. Today's awards are therefore more than ceremonial recognition. They represent the government's ongoing commitment to strengthen service delivery and recognize excellence across our public sector. The entities and individuals being recognized today have demonstrated that excellence is achievable when leadership, innovation, teamwork, and commitment come together in the service of the Jamaican people. As we proceed through today's program, I encourage all participants to use this conference not only as a forum for recognition, but also as an opportunity to reflect, collaborate, and renew our commitment to strengthening public sector performance. The work of transformation across government is ongoing. And for those of us who are waiting for the end of transformation, it will not come. It will always be with us. Every institution and public officer contributes to strengthening service delivery for the Jamaican people. Thank you so very much for your participation and contribution to this important national effort. Thank you so very much for your support for the teams that go out to encourage, to help, to build this culture of service excellence in our public sector. I wish you meaningful discussions and a very productive conference, ladies and gentlemen.
We thank Mrs. Maria Thompson Walters very much for that presentation. Now, I did something that was very intentional. I didn't introduce her. And I didn't introduce her because I wanted to make a point. Have you ever walked into a space and you're being introduced by someone and they just give the name? This is so-and-so, but they don't make that association. And I wonder how that makes you feel. We each of us, we are important individually and collectively. So let me see the hands of those of you who know Mrs. Maria Thompson Walters. So the rest of you, you're at sea. Maria Thompson Walters is a seasoned human resource management leader with extensive experience in both the public and private sectors. Her expertise spans industrial relations, compensation, communication, and general management. And the biggest point that Maria Thompson Walters made here just now is that transformation is ongoing. It is not a goal, it is a process. Put your hands together for her. Fred Rogers, creator and TV host of Rogers Neighborhood, says life is for service. Anything that we can do to help foster the intellect and spirit and emotional growth of our fellow human beings, that is our job. Another writer, Albert Hubbard, says, we are rich only as we give. One who gives great service gets great rewards. Let me repeat that. One who gives great service gets rewards. But you're not doing it for the rewards, you know. Because if you do it and you're doing it well and you're giving great service, what happens? The rewards will come, and they come naturally. They come naturally. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Favour Williams, MP, is the Minister of Finance and the Public Service and was previously the Minister of Education and Youth. Minister Williams, who is Member of Parliament for St. Andrew Eastern, is a Chartered Financial Analyst, CFA by profession. She has an MBA with a concentration in finance from the Wharton Business School at the University of Pennsylvania and a BA cum laude in economics from Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Minister Williams is the former executive director of Kingston Properties Limited. Prior to this, she served as Chief Investment Officer of JMMB Limited from March 2005 to September 2007, with investment responsibilities spanning the trading department, investment research, and pensions. Also during the period from September 2002 to February 2004, Minister Williams consulted with JMMB in the areas of market risk management and investment research, where she led that company's efforts to develop investment research capabilities. Minister Williams also served as head of the evaluation and pricing team for JMMB's public offering. What this tells me is that I'm going to go to her when she's finished here to ask for investment advice. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Honorable Favour Williams, Minister of Finance and the Public Service.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And I'm sorry, I won't be able to give you investment advice. There are very strict rules about who can give investment advice in Jamaica. Good morning, everyone. Lord man, fenke. Good morning. I know you had breakfast, right? All right. I want to thank Maria Thompson-Walters, someone I've known ever since I've been in the politics. Not that she's a politician, but she just happened to have come into the public sector at the same time that I entered politics. I want to thank you for calling us to renew our commitment to transformation and to let us know that transformation is never ending. It keeps going. Let me acknowledge the Honorable Xavier Main, my Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, the Honorable Audrey Sewell, CD, Cabinet Secretary, members of international organizations, permanent secretaries, and if you don't know who they are, they're all sitting at that table right there. They carry the burden day in, day out. We ask them to make of the allocation that we give them into something beyond what we know it can do. Thank you, permanent secretaries, for your work. Let me as well acknowledge Ambassador Joan Underwood and Mr. Ronald Jackson, and I know you'll hear from them both later. All public sector leaders who are here this morning, members of the media, thank you so much for being here. You're always here to help us carry the good news, right? As opposed to the bad news. You're here to help us carry the good news. So, well-known management consultant Peter Drucker observed that the greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence. The greatest danger is acting with yesterday's logic, which means we're looking backwards for a solution. We're currently living in a time of extreme turbulence. We've seen climate shocks, goods and service disruptions, healthcare pandemic, rising citizens' expectations that require systems that are designed not only for efficiency, but for resilience. The question that confronts us as public sector leaders is whether our institutions are evolving quickly enough to address those challenges. When disruptions occur, citizens do not experience government through policy documents. Instead, they experience it through the services we deliver, whether it's the care packages Did they arrive when they should? Whether it's the immediate road clearance, did it happen? Restoration of electricity, telecommunication services, healthcare services. That's how the citizens experience government during a time of disruption. Our most recent reminder occurred just last October. In the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, devastated citizens in Western Jamaica still needed to access critical services. They needed medical care. They needed to replace lost documents and get reliable information. Undoubtedly, our public sector systems came under significant strain. We saw where some systems held up, and regrettably, we also saw many that did not. It highlighted the progress we have made and also exposed the gaps that remain in maintaining service delivery during periods of crises. However, in those moments of crisis, our citizens were not thinking about policies, frameworks, or procedures. They were asking a simple question: can government still serve me when I need it most? And that's why service delivery matters. That question goes to the heart of why we're here today, because improving service delivery is essential. It is the difference between stability and uncertainty, between confidence and frustration, and ultimately, between trust and doubt in public institutions. This Service Excellence Conference is a necessary and deliberate step in strengthening how we prepare, how we respond, and how we deliver, particularly in times of disruption. So service excellence is no longer a nice to have. It is a resilience imperative. Business continuity, and I pause here because it might be strange to have business continuity and government in the same sentence, but business continuity must be a priority for all public sector entities. And business continuity, because sometimes we say these phrases and we need to break them down, it is the capability of an organization to maintain or quickly resume essential functions and deliver products or services at acceptable levels during and after a disruption. So business continuity must be a priority for all public sector entities, not as a formality, but as a functioning, tested capability. With a clear linkage between service delivery and crisis resilience, public sector leaders must build systems that are not only efficient in normal times, but capable of performing under pressure. And we've seen those, all of us in this room. We've lived through COVID, we've lived through Beryl, we've lived through Melissa, and we understand what it means when I say that we must be capable of performing under pressure. The Government of Jamaica's Service Delivery Minimum Standard document, which we have been rolling out since 2024, establishes 5 key service dimensions identified by citizens, not government, citizens. Top of the list is communication. Second is access and facilities. Third, quality and reliability, responsiveness, and cost and payment These are standards that must be met. Public sector entities must maintain communication with customers. And it's interesting, the moderator talked about her experience with NHF in terms of going in and getting her ID renewed in less than 5 minutes. Where's the moderator? But moderator, I want to say that is good. But greatness is you getting a message on your phone that says, we note that your ID is going to expire next week or whatever the date is, right? And, oh, by the way, here is your electronic ID. And you haven't even gotten out of bed yet. So that's where we'd like to get to, where the customers or Jamaicans feel somebody is acting in my best interest. You can clap it now. So public sector entities must maintain communication with customers. They must prioritize access to service, whether online or in person. And public sector entities must sustain efficiency without compromising quality, reliability, transparency, or fairness. The interpretation is clear. All public sector organizations must establish and communicate an emergency policy to both staff and customers. Leaders across the public sector have an obligation to evaluate their organizations and strengthen the factors that most directly influence customer satisfaction and public trust. All of us must recognize that ultimately, resilience is about people. Hurricane Melissa reminded us of that in very real terms. Right after Melissa, we saw our first responders, our firefighters, those who cleared the roads, healthcare workers, social workers, continuing to serve even as they managed their own personal disruption as a result of the hurricane. And we saw many examples of that. That level of commitment cannot be taken for granted. The Service Excellence Policy recognizes that supporting employees is essential to sustaining service delivery. As leaders within the public sector, we all have a responsibility to promote enabling and empathetic work environments. Our staff must know we support them. They must also be prepared and equipped to maintain continuity and quality of service delivery. So workforce welfare and psychosocial support are not peripheral considerations. They're necessary components of operational resilience. At the same time, resilience, and I've said that word many times, and I'm going to just say resilience means the capacity to withstand disruption, your ability to recover quickly, and you can only do this by anticipating and adapting to failures rather than just reacting. If you're just reacting, you've kind of lost the battle. You should have been thinking ahead all along, and that's one of the purposes of this conference, to remind you that it is in the normal times that we plan for disruption, not when disruption happens. Our goal as leaders must be for Jamaica's public sector to be world-class, built for the demands of the 21st century. This goal requires resilient digital infrastructure, It requires secure, accessible, and reliable platforms that ensure continuity of service and safeguard public trust. And it requires diversified communication systems which use both digital and traditional channels to ensure that engagement with citizens remain timely, inclusive, and continuous, particularly during emergencies. Across the public sector, there are encouraging examples, and the moderator gave you one this morning. I'll add another. In 2024, the then Registrar General's Department achieved a customer satisfaction rating of 85.95%. Yes, you can, yes, RGD, where are you? Supported by strengthened communications tools such as web chat, WhatsApp, and online feedback platforms. Under the National Identification and Registration Authority, that progress has continued with the expansion of inclusive services, including the introduction of Jamaica's first Braille birth certificate and targeted outreach initiatives. Within the health sector, digital systems, including electronic appointment platforms and digitized radiology, are improving patient access and efficiency. The Ministry of Justice has enhanced accessibility through a modern website supported by chat box and live chat services. The tax administration, that reports directly to me, has leveraged technology to facilitate online transactions for high-demand services, including, let me hear it, motor vehicle registration. Yeah! That renewal is fully online, and this has helped to reduce wait times and improve efficiency. These standards being implemented by a number of our public sector institutions are not just for efficiency. They are being built for resilience and must now be consistently delivered across every government entity. Permanent secretaries, heads of entities, I urge you to be even more strategic and innovative, to build capacity in both process and resource management. Today, I issue a clear charge to every leader in the public sector. Our country, Jamaica, has come a long way, and we are now at a decisive stage in the evolution of our public sector. We're no longer simply building systems for efficiency. We are building systems that must perform under pressure, adapt in real time, and continue to serve our citizens regardless of circumstances. This requires a shift in how we lead. Resilience must now be built into design of every service, every system, and every institution. It must be planned for, it must be tested, and it must be continuously improved. Permanent secretaries and heads of entities, you hold the key to ensure this happens. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I say to you, we cannot build tomorrow's public sector with yesterday's assumptions. We cannot ask citizens to trust systems that only work in normal conditions. And we cannot speak of resilience if our services collapse at the very moment our people need them most. The true test of government is not only how well it functions, on an ordinary, sunshiny day. The true test is whether it can function in a crisis, whether it can communicate clearly when there is uncertainty, whether it can serve with compassion when citizens are anxious, and whether it can deliver with discipline when the pressure is greatest. That is the standard we must now set. A public sector that is efficient in normal times, responsive in difficult times, and compassionate all the times. This is not a one-time initiative. This is not just a conference theme. This is the new standard of government for a Jamaica that is facing greater risks, higher expectations, and bigger ambitions. So let us leave here today, after all the discussion, let us leave here resolved to plan better, test more often, communicate more clearly, support our teams with intentionality, and serve our citizens more consistently. Because in the end, service excellence is not just about systems alone. It is about trust. It is about dignity, as in the example Mrs. Thompson Walters gave earlier on. It is about giving every Jamaican the confidence that, whatever the circumstances, their government is ready, capable, and committed to serve. So I end by saying, yesterday's logic will not build the public sector Jamaica needs, so let us lead with urgency to build resilient public services worthy of the Jamaican people and equal to the future we are determined to create. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
There were so many wonderful nuggets in that presentation that I'm sure you can do better than that. Minister spoke about the fact that improving service delivery is essential. Staff must know they are supported. And she spoke about psychosocial support. It is important. There are scores of us that are walking around with challenges. And all that might be required, even in a day and age when we have laws that speak about sexual harassment, but putting your hand on someone's shoulder and giving them 2 or a few words of wonderful reassurance can make a difference. So psychosocial support doesn't even have to be something that is formal, but it's just knowing that there are people around you who care. It does make a difference. Put your hands together once again for the minister. So I was so busy hobnobbing a little bit earlier on this morning that my friend Ronald Jackson, who is the keynote speaker for today, ask him about everything else. How is your wife? How is your sister? How is the family? How is the job? And then I came up here and forgot to acknowledge his presence. Please put your hands together for Ronald Jackson. I've known him since I was a very young journalist. He has aged. Know him in beard, gray. I knew him when he didn't even have a beard. Right, Ronald? That's right. That's right. But ladies and gentlemen, by my program, I'm seeing somewhere that I'm supposed to be telling you how to transition to the break. Now, it is very easy. The bathrooms, or perhaps if you prefer, the restrooms, are to my right. And when you go through that door, you're going to make your way to the right. You're going to make your way to the area so you can have some refreshments. They have been very well laid out. Saw the ladies and gentlemen working very hard to make that happen a little bit earlier on. And because service excellence is also about using time efficiently, what I want you to do is to make sure that once you go and use the restrooms and once you have collected that which you're going to have, you're going to come back to your tables. Have a little chat among yourselves while you have your tea, your coffee, your juice, or your pastries. Can we manage that? All right. So we're taking the break, and by my clock, they had you down to come back at 10:30. But because I'm trying to make up time, can we come back at 10:25? I think we can manage that. Thank you so very much. Yes, now would be the time to get up and go.
Public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access. Systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are dealing with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are dealing with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are dealing with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are dealing with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are dealing with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are dealing with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, not a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, not a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, not a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, not a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, not a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, not a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, not a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, not a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, not a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, not a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, not a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, not a game. I deal with government entities. That we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, how that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, how that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, how that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, how that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, how that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, how that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, how that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, how that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, how that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, how that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious as a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, how that we are work on to benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, I don't care. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, now that we are work on, we benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Not just systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, I don't care. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, now that we are work on, we benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Not just systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, I don't care. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, now that we are work on, we benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Not just systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, I don't care. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, now that we are work on, we benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Not just systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, I don't care. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, now that we are work on, we benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Not just systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, I don't care. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, now that we are work on, we benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Not just systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, I don't care. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, now that we are work on, we benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Not just systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, I don't care. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, now that we are work on, we benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Not just systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, I don't care. If we have convenient access to services when you are deal with government entities, now that we are work on, we benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Not just systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious, I don't care. If we have convenient access to services when you are
All right, I think we have done very well. Put your hands together for yourselves. Clap yourself. That's then I saw clapping yourself, so wow. Y'all not loving yourselves. Clap yourselves. Good job. I did ask for you to be back in your places at 10:25, and you managed to do that for the most part, so that is good. Thomas Powers, Vice President of Product Support at Catapult Sports, says our goal is to deliver world-class service levels to all of our customers. That separates us from competitors and allows us to provide mission-critical support to our customers. Mission-critical. Wow. That means whatever the mission of the customer is, it is critical for them, but it's also critical to his organization that they get it right, or they won't have repeat customers. Now, Douglas Adams says to give real service, you must add something which cannot be bought or measured with money, and that is sincerity and integrity. You can fake a smile all you want, but guess what? People will know. You can know a real smile from a fake smile, you know? How many of you know how to pick up a fake smile from a real smile? So if I go like this, that's not a real smile. But if I smile like this, then you know that I mean it. And it's the second one that you must aim to do at all times, no matter what. Even when someone is stepping on your toes, always good to put that smile on. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, you have been refreshed, or you're still being refreshed, and we're keeping this going because we want to be very efficient in the use of time. And so I was telling you earlier on that I was chatting up Ronald so much that I forgot when I came up here to say that he's going to be the keynote speaker. And whereas Minister Favour Williams could not offer me investment advice because the laws don't allow it, there's nothing that is going to prevent Ronald Jackson from telling me how to operate in a disaster. Right, Ronald? All right. But it's not my task to introduce him. That I leave to Mrs. Danielle Jones-Cox. She is coming to do the introduction of our keynote speaker, Ronald Jackson. Please put your hands together as she comes. And remember now, you know, that you have food in your tummies now, so there is now you must clap.
Honorable Minister Williams, Honorable Minister Main, other distinguished guests, kindly allow me to adopt the protocol that has already been established. When a hurricane crosses the Caribbean, when the ground shifts beneath our neighbors, when a community wakes up to a crisis it did not prepare for, someone has to think clearly while everyone else is reacting. Our keynote speaker has spent more than 2 decades being that person for Jamaica, for the Caribbean, and now for the world. If service excellence means anything under pressure, it looks very much like this, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce him to you this morning. Mr. Ronald Jackson has over 20 years of experience in disaster risk reduction, recovery, and management. He is currently the head of the Disaster Risk Reduction, Recovery, and Resilience Building Team within the Crisis Bureau at the United Nations Development Program. Mr. Jackson previously served as the Executive Director of the Caribbean Disaster and Emergency Management Agency for 7 years, where he led the framing of the 2014 to 2024 Comprehensive Disaster Management Strategy for CARICOM and the development of the Caribbean Pathway for Resilience in 2018. He was instrumental in establishing the region's first Caribbean consortium for multi-hazard early warning systems in 2019, as well as the establishment of the Regional Training Center and the Caribbean Risk Information System in 2018 and 2019, respectively. He has served as Director General and Deputy Director General of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management in Jamaica, where he received a certificate of commendation from the Caribbean community for his contribution to rescue and recovery efforts in the aftermath of the January 2010 Haiti earthquake. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome to the stage a true son of the soil, a builder of resilience, a steady hand in our region's hardest moments, and a living example of the very excellence this conference celebrates. Mr. Ronald Jackson.
Thank you, and let me say, Honorable Minister Williams, I think she has left, but it is certainly my honor to recognize her in absentia. Distinguished ministers, distinguished permanent secretaries, Ambassador Underwood, other ambassadors, other distinguished representatives from the UN system, members of government, friends, family members, and I say that because it was so wonderful to walk through the doors this morning and to greet a lot of old friends from my high school days, from my university days, and from my days working at ODPEM. Flying into Jamaica, I never normally utilize the window seat. I try to sit in the aisle seat. But my flight in, reminded me how beautiful my country is. And, my heart was bursting at the seams, in a sense, to be home. And I look forward to coming home one day to receiving the warm welcomes that I receive this morning. I'm here to give the keynote address. And I think part of it will only serve to reinforce some of the messages you heard from some of the previous speakers who touched on some very, very important messages as it relates to the public service and to resilience. So I hope it won't be repetitive, but be seen as positive reinforcement for the cultural transformation I think we need to continue. I say continue because we've started. We've been on that pathway for some time. And it really now is a time for us to take that next step. So it really is an honor for me to join you at this Jamaica Service Excellence Conference for 2026 under the theme, Building Resilient Public Services. And as you've heard, and I will reinforce today, service excellence is no longer about, today's service excellence is no longer measured by efficiency in normal times, but really about how well we're able to continue to deliver under pressure. And I think for me, a little story. The first speaker talked about our stories. We all have a story. My story was on my trip here to Jamaica. And it reminded me that I did learn under pressure in the cauldron when Dr. Kirby threw me into the center of things to deal with Hurricane Ivan. But coming here, I lost my luggage. I had to transit through different entry points for my business later this week in Washington, D.C. So I entered via D.C. on one ticket, one separate airline, and they left my luggage behind in Paris. And I said to them, but I have to speak early in the morning at 9 a.m. Where am I going to get clothing to present myself well before such a large audience? Of course, they were quite sorry for me and they apologized, but as you know, they were doing their best in terms of their own service excellence. So they offered me kind words, told me they would do well to get my bag to me in D.C. And I said, but I'm not going to be in D.C. I'm only overnighting and I have a very, very early morning flight to Kingston, so getting it to me in D.C. won't help me. And they said, where are you going? I said, Kingston, and they said, okay, can you give us the address? We'll get it to you in Kingston. And I said, by when? And they said, well, Delta is the only airline we could share with, so it will come on Delta. Now, if you travel on Delta from Atlanta or from Kingston, the flight gets in late evening. It gets in at 8 p.m. So 8 p.m. today would not help me for this morning. But I needed to have my bag. So they arranged, and as good service professionals, they put everything in place. They gave me a phone call, but it did not solve my problem. So my my trousers and my shirt were me running around inside the airport in Washington, D.C. on the morning of my flight to get here. And my jacket, thanks to Amars. I mean, I remember in my school days at my time here having to go to Amars. So this is courtesy of Amars. So I managed to make it. So to my good friend who saw me in my sneakers and said, it's going to be, very hot. You're going to be running. That's not why I'm wearing sneakers. It's because my suitcase is left behind. But it talks about resilience. It talks about staying calm under pressure, not getting upset with the airline and the team, but finding a solution, which is, essentially how I went about it. And I think as we think about service excellence, this is, what we have to think about, but not necessarily in the context of the gray skies time. And I'm going to go through a little bit in my script to talk about some of the gray skies related issues. But really, it is about what we do in blue skies, right? I am often known as the disaster man, but my background, I'm an urban planner and a natural resource management specialist by training. And I got into this business by accident, right? I was working, trying to explore the planning field in the Negril Green Island Planning Authority. After waiting 1 year, graduating and not finding a job and doing a little bit of odd stuff here and there, I wanted to go into my profession in the local authorities. And I said, let me first dip my toe into the sub-regional level to learn a little bit about the political economy of being an urban planner. And so I went to Nigalpa, and I did fairly well there for a time, and then I was fired from my job. Now, the story behind that is my performance was pretty good, so I don't know why I was fired, but I was fired. The long and short of it is it catapulted me into the path that I'm in today, and that's another story of resilience. I mean, so sometimes, we talk about one door closes, another opens. And that was the path, that was a journey I was supposed to take, because I was attempting to take another journey to function in my core profession, which is in urban planning, right? I'm from the built environment, from the planning school, and that's what I wanted to pursue. I don't know if I should do this, but even as I tell the story, I see one of my former lecturers at class. I'm not going to call a name. I just said, don't say a word. They won't know it's you. But I brought that up because fundamentally what is behind the work I do is my urban planning background, is my natural resource management background. It is not my emergency management background and having to manage under stress and to deal with catastrophes. And interestingly, no, my job in the UN is more focused on the development side, which is going back to my roots, right? Really trying to bring that risk lens to our development process. And so the arc of my message is really sitting there. Not that the emergency response coordination elements aren't important, right? It's about the role also that the public sector plays in terms of the enabling role in ensuring that we are reducing risk, so that when we come to deal with it in the gray skies time, we are having less and less to manage, because that's the only way we're going to be successful, especially in a small island context with limited resources. So I strayed off script for a little bit because I think it was important that I really connected that part of the reason why I'm bringing this message, possibly, and the reason why my journey has led me to be here with you to share. And I feel really deeply honored to have had the opportunity to share with you, to reflect with you, all right? So yes, you call me an expert, but really it's about how together we will reflect and look at some of these issues. So resilient public service is now fundamental to resilient and a prosperous Jamaica. And I think the theme for this event could not be more timely, given that you are now in the post-Hurricane Melissa, and I would say the post-burial, because they followed back to back, post-burial and post-Hurricane Melissa reconstruction context. And of course, you are approaching another hurricane season, right? this is one of the reasons why the role of the public service is so fundamental, because you live. We're a hurricane people. Let's face the facts. If you look at a historical track of hurricanes in the Caribbean region, and I saw my good friend Evan Thompson, I would challenge you to be able to identify Jamaica in that track. It's covered, it's matted over by tracks going as far back as you could imagine, right? And people talk about climate change, absolutely. But you will find writings in journals from sailors going back into the 1600s where they would describe very powerful storms in this particular era. So it's not new. It's not new to us. We've evolved as a people with that particular experience. So we live with this. And so the real challenge is, if we live with it, how do we then navigate this so that we have a sustained pathway to our collective prosperity? And you've heard from the minister that our citizens experience and they interact with the state primarily through the services it provides and that it enables. When service delivery is delayed or hampered during a crisis, public trust and confidence can be eroded. And once that trust and confidence is eroded, it's one of the most difficult things to regain, right? And I've stayed afar, and I've observed the social media, I've observed the public media, and I've seen some of the stories, even recently. And I won't say anything about institutions, but it is a classic tale, right? It is a classic tale. And so, those are some of the things, again, as we discussed today, we have to think through, so we can also ensure that we are preserving public trust for how we must navigate the crisis itself. We're preserving public trust for how we must navigate the rebuilding and the longer-term prosperity journey. We're preserving public trust such that we are seen collectively as doing everything we can to be able to ensure that Jamaica, the land we love, remains a beautiful place and a place where everyone can realize their life choices. So we meet at a very critical moment this year when the world is dealing with multiple and overlapping crises. You will hear people refer to it as we're experiencing a triple crisis, where we're transcending multiple planetary boundaries. This is the backdrop to which we're discussing the public sector, but also looking at Jamaica. Climate change and escalating disasters risk demand a new model of public service, a model that is not only efficient and effective, but also anticipatory, adaptive, and resilient. Jamaica's operational reality has changed. Hazards are more frequent and intense, and their impacts are increasingly interconnected. So when you face a storm, when you get impacted by a storm, you're not just looking at an extreme weather event. It can trigger infrastructure damage, it disrupts essential services, it strains supply chains, it creates fiscal shocks, and it tests governance systems simultaneously, all happening at the same time. All happening at the same time. And not everybody sees that, right? We see different things as we interact and engage with the system. But these are things that are happening all simultaneously. In this context, the public sector can no longer be viewed only as a responder. It is a critical national system that must remain reliable under pressure. So the Minister of Finance is not here, and I took exception to one comment she made. And she's not guilty, the guilty one. Others have said it. There is always a reference to resilience being about people. It's not about people. It's about systems. It's about systems. It's about building resilient systems. If the systems aren't there, people cannot be resilient. And I think it's important that we begin to think through that a little bit, right? So, as I said before, we can no longer be seen as people who are responding, but also to be seen as reliable under pressure. A system that is able to make decisions quickly and accurately, coordinate clearly, and enforce standards fairly, and restore services swiftly. Let me repeat that again. A system that is able to make decisions quickly, a system that is able to make decisions quickly and accurately, coordinate clearly. You know, one of the things I'm very proud about but also very concerned about is when I was working here, we really promoted the sort of sectoral engagement and sectoral participation in the sort of disaster risk management and disaster response mechanism. But every ministry and department set up their own emergency coordination system, which is good. But guess what? Then the connections were being lost, right? It was more about how I was running my own EOC and communicating to the media and less about a whole of government synchronized and coordinated process. So I think even as we progress, and it's not that we shouldn't have our own sectoral emergency operations center and business emergency operations centers, it is important that even as we establish those, that we are connecting to the national node, right? And so that there is a bigger, clearer picture and a more comprehensive process going forward. So the system must coordinate clearly, enforce standards fairly, and restore services swiftly. The question then before us, colleagues, friends, distinguished representatives, is have we built a public sector capable of absorbing shocks without losing progress on Jamaica's sustainable development? Right? What's the long-term goal? The long-term goal is for sustainable development. The long-term goal is ensuring that we are remaining on a national path to prosperity where all of our citizens can have at least the right and the chance to realize their own life chances. That's the ultimate objective. That's the role of the public service, to create that enabling environment. So, have we built a system that can actually deliver that? That's the big question before us as we go through today's service awards and as we think through the key messages we've heard before and those that I will share with you today. And if not, if our answer is we haven't, then that's okay. I think the question for us as we look at the post-Melissa journey is, what then should we prioritize as government to then catapult us to that next step? Right? So I think it might have been our first speaker, the HR expert who I came to meet her most recently, and I won't say why. But you were saying transformation it does not end, right? I think that was your message. Similarly, resilience is not a static state. It is not a static state. This is why I said it's not a problem that we're not there. We're going to now look at the next journey to catapult us on that transition on our resilience pathway. It's also important that because it's not a static state, we can slip backwards, even as we move towards that transformative state of resilience that we're moving to, right? Where we will evolve as a country, as a people, to be able to have the sort of Japanese culture, I like to say. The Japanese are resilient people. If we're aspiring to any sort of culture, it's probably closer to what we see in terms of Japan. They're an island like Jamaica, faced with all of the same geophysical challenges. But I know you've seen in the last major earthquake, the executives and people were in the buildings. They did not panic. They did not rush out of the building, and they continued their meetings and working. Why? Because they've internalized that the terremoto is something that they live with, and they design, they manage their environment, they manage their space. Their society is built around that understanding. One of the first things I saw when I went to Japan on one of these platforms, the global platforms, were young children, tiny little ones, with different color helmets, hard hats, and they were being taken by the teachers out to have that kind of experience on the exposure and the vulnerability that the Japan environment faces. So as tender age, they're learning about what resilience is, what it means, and it becomes very much a part of them and very much a part of how they plan their society and deal with these particular challenges. So these are some of the things we now need to move towards, but that enabling environment has to be created by the public sector, right, in terms of our legislation, rules, and so forth and so on. So what must government prioritize next? Colleen, I know I need to be moving the slides, so forgive me if I'm a little bit behind because I'm really trying to focus on communicating. So if my slides are a little bit behind me, I'll try to catch up. So disaster risk reduction and resilience is no longer to be treated as a niche function owned by agencies such as ODPEM or as an emergency add-on at the margins of government, right? It is not an ODPEM thing. When I started in the business, whenever the word disaster management came up or disaster risk management, it was seen as an ODPEM thing. And people would make comments like, oh, it's the hurricane season, it's your busy period. That used to irk me because inside I used to be really, mad at that. I'm like, it sounds like you're only working during, hurricane season. But that was not my busy period. My busy period was everything I was doing before that. So, thank you for your kind words and commending my calm under pressure. But that also came because I did everything I needed to do beforehand. I studied all that I needed to study. I simulated things in my mind so that when that period came, I was calm. And she's not here today, but I also remember a story with Barbara. That's Barbara Carby. When it was Hurricane Ivan, and it was, I think, the night before when we were all resigned to the fact that it was going to hit us. And she was like quite upset that I was so calm. and I said to her, Barbara, the best thing you can do now is go home, get some sleep, because you're going to need that for the aftermath. There's no sense in getting worked up at this point in time. But those things come, as I said, you have to run the scenarios in your mind long before, and then let that be your North Star in terms of how you go forward. So it must be managed as a core public sector function, just like our budgeting, our procurement, service delivery, and accountability. And I want to draw a little bit on my experience while here in Jamaica and also working in the region. And I would use this to offer a few evidence-informed observations on why this matters, why the shift from being something that is in the sort of niche of an ODPEM to more integrated across the entire public service. What determines whether a country or countries or communities can withstand shocks is rarely the hazard event itself. So we get drawn to the event, the hurricane, the tropical storm, the earthquakes. But those are things that are naturally occurring. And I'm making this distinction because I've seen far too often, even in UNDP, and my colleague Leslie Ann is here, and at the very highest level you hear people refer to terms like natural disasters. Natural disasters. I was debating that with my wife the other day. I'm like, there's no natural disaster. There are natural hazards, right? There are natural hazards, which some of them are quite frequent, some not so much, but they interact with development. Physical, social, and economic development. It's like this thing we always say, if a tree fell in the forest and you did it, it's the same thing, right? So these natural systems, they occur. They've occurred since the dawn of time. And they have their own purposes, not necessarily to kill us. Although some would say if we're hampering the systems of the planet, it's gonna backfire and kill us. It's not designed to kill us. What has happened is that we have inhabited the space without due care for those natural systems that are there to protect us, right? So there are no natural disasters, there are natural hazards. And what we're really trying to do is to manage what is a risk equation. So the risk equation is hazard exposure. So hazard exposure is where we are, how we cite ourselves, etc. Vulnerability, which includes, poverty, people who are disabled, etc., differently abled, among a number of other things, and capacity. So capacity includes the capabilities we have in our public service to be able to do a number of things, a wide range of things, and you can think about it based on the ministries and departments you're a part of. So that is what will determine how well we manage this risk equation. We're trying to bring our risk from closer to 100 to closer to 0. And the focus has to be in terms of where we invest is what we can manage. And what we can manage, what we have control over, is the level of exposure. So where we cite, how we design, and vulnerability, because we can put in systems, policies that are able to reduce vulnerability of the population, and our capacity by ensuring that we're upskilling our people, hiring the right people, whether it is in leadership or also at the technical level, because it's a chain, the system. So we need people at different tiers. At the leadership tier, the best people in the public service. Best people need to be in the public service, not in the private sector, which is the opposite equation, right? Because you're carrying that responsibility not only to create an enabling environment, which is the enabling environment for the private sector, but also the weight of the public is resting on your shoulders. So you need the right people. So if we think about that equation and we see that that's what we're trying to do, then that is what will determine how well a country, a community, and an individual in their homes will be able to deal with the shock. Time and time again, the real constraint we see is governance. Right? So again, looking broadly through my time here and in the region, governance. It is not necessarily a lack of planning or finance, because now Jamaica is one of the poster child for good financial management and sound investments before a crisis to be able to help you with going after the crisis. So it's not only about planning and finance, but rather how we embed or implement these plans. Today, Jamaica has moved closer to financial resilience, but governance resilience still remains a part of the journey where we do have more room to progress. This gap often shows up during our day-to-day implementation from a policy and planning perspective. There are 4 key areas I would offer that we need to look at. First, make the rules workable and enforceable. Make the rules workable and enforceable. When emergency regulations are unclear or rules are blurred across agencies and municipalities, response slows and accountability weakens. Second, turn risk data into decision-ready intelligence. And I know Jamaica is doing some fantastic things. I mean, before I left, we were, sort of one of the bright spots in the region. I hope we're still there as a Jamaican. I'm proud of the country, but I'm also proud of the region. And I've seen recently the work that was done by our own National Spatial Data Management Unit. So I was in Geneva, and my colleagues in New York were sending these satellite imagery. The Prime Minister even quoted from the report about debris. And that was only because UNDP is obsessed with debris. Leslie is obsessed with debris. But here in Jamaica, Dr. Alicia Edwards, was doing some fantastic work. And a lot of Alicia's work on Jamaica's output was being fed into UN OCHA's situation reports. And UN OCHA is a global UN agency that provides this broader emergency coordination. So we were producing, high-quality outputs that were inputs into the UN system observations, right, here in Jamaica. Many of the citizens probably don't even know that, and many of you in the public service may not be aware that you are generating top-level data analysis and analytics, right? So you are on the pathway to ensuring that you are improving your decision intelligence by turning data into decision-ready intelligence. And you even up the ante. You had drone companies flying and verifying satellite, which is again above where even us in the UN was doing it. So you are progressing, and I think it's important, even as we look at where the journey needs to go next, that we are acknowledging where we've come to in terms of our progress in this service. So when risk identification and hazard modeling are weak, and this is now not about only the post-event or the response, when risk identification and hazard modeling are weak, investment and land use choices can end up increasing exposure of your assets, exposure of your citizens. Now my slide is ahead of me. So third, close the enforcement gap. Close the enforcement gap. And I see Leonard, the head of NEPA, and as a planner, this is also very important. Plans and standards only protect people when land use rules, building codes, and safety requirements are consistently applied. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very, very important. It's an important role for the public service. We cannot continue to sustain the type of losses associated with these events because they're cyclical, they're going to come. They're going to come. And if our objective is sustainable development, a sustainable pathway of prosperity of our citizens, it means we have to manage those things very, very well so that more money remains at the forefront of ensuring that we can invest in healthcare, in education, in infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. Right? So this third one is very, very, very important in terms of ensuring that we close the enforcement gap. And again, just sharing some points from my time. I remember growing up in Nigalpa, as I said, I was dipping my toe into the sort of planning space. And I was able to, we did a lot of community sessions on a Tuesday and a Thursday to encourage people to submit their applications, their development applications. Even the man who wanted to do a bike shop on Negril Beach, I remember going on the river, the banks of the river, the Negril River, to encourage people to move off so that they weren't, throwing waste, etc., and encroaching on the banks of the river. And we were able to move a few of them. Unfortunately, a few of them we had to demolish, but people complied. We engaged the citizenry. It increased our revenue, but it also created safer and safer conditions. So the point I'm making is that our citizens are able to react to the state if the state really sets the tempo and also engages them. So we have to enforce these plans, rules, codes, and policies. Fourth, we have to make learning a habit. Post-disaster review and planning processes should lead to concrete fixes. Lessons from disasters must be assigned, tracked, and built into standard procedures and day-to-day business processes so that the same issues do not get repeated. Right? It's an important process. We should not take it lightly. We need to have these after-action reviews to provide the sort of learning loop that we are seriously building into our standard operating procedures. Ladies and gentlemen, these challenges are not unique to Jamaica. They reflect a broader global shift in how governments must think about resilience, the public service, and risk management, especially in an era of increasing volatility and complex shocks. In our own work at UNDP, In our work with many of our member countries and communities across the regions, globally, we continue to see that building resilience is increasingly about how the public institutions plan, coordinate, invest, and deliver services and recover under pressure. It is a difficult exercise. And many of the donors, and I know the EU was here, they may have left, they're one of our strong partners, especially for this region, and they remain. But it is difficult because, donors and individuals like to see new shiny things. They like to see built infrastructure. Very rarely do they invest in those soft things like building institutions, and they say it's important, but it's one of the hardest areas to fundraise behind. Why? Because it takes time. It takes time, and we think in project frameworks and project timelines where we have to finish this in 2 years and 3 years without recognizing that this whole engagement to transform the public service, as you'd have heard, is a never-ending journey that we need to continue to work at. So it's difficult, but it's an area that UNDP has sought to invest heavily in with the support of people like the EU, working with governments, sitting with public sector leaders to appreciate this risk-informed development approach, doing workshops, looking at how it links to people, to finance, to data. It takes time. So today I want to reflect on 3 areas where this shift matters most: how disaster risk reduction and climate action have become inseparable, why resilient public institutions and public service matter more than ever in managing complex systems risk, and what governments can do to build public service that remain trusted and effective under pressure. To do this, we look at the evolving risk landscape. And our collective understanding of disasters has undergone a profound transformation. We have moved from a reactive stance, viewing disasters as isolated events to be managed after they occur. Increasingly, we're realizing that risk is often created through development choices themselves, through unplanned urbanization, through weak infrastructure, through environmental degradation, and through inequality. And I'm sure we can all see elements of that in our own space. In other words, hazards become disasters when they intersect with vulnerabilities that we have built into our systems over time. Historically, disaster risk reduction was the domain of civil defense and humanitarian actors focused on preparedness for known hazards, while climate change adaptation was a concern for environmental scientists looking at long-term and future impacts of climate change. This led to 2 separate global policy streams for disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. This resulted also in fragmentation, duplication of efforts, and missed opportunities for synergy at the local, national, and regional levels, especially in resource-constrained environments such as the small island developing states. The Yokohama Strategy and Plan of Action for a Safer World back in 1995 and the Hyogo Framework for Action, Building the Resilience of Nations and Communities to Disasters in 2005 were crucial next steps in acknowledging that climate change was a critical driver of disaster risk. And interestingly enough, these 2 large global frameworks had a pathway through Jamaica. There was the Ocherius Conference, where Jamaica was hosting because Jamaica was engaging in a lot of these issues, and we had people like Franklin MacDonald and a number of other luminaries from within our public service, who were prominent voices in the global space. I bring this up again because we need to remember that we were there and we were doing all the right things, making all the right leaps. And we need to go back there to being at the forefront, doing all the right things, making all the right leaps. And then when the 2005 yoga framework was to be delivered, there was the Kingston Conference, which was held here on the back of Ivan, drawing on the best practices and experiences of Jamaica. So I just wanted to kind of, situate also Jamaica in that sort of prominent global transformation and journey and the role many of our public servants played in that, that process. They underscored the importance of incorporating risk-related issues to climate change and climate variability and weather extremes into our sustainable development planning. While we underwent this shift in the international policy and research operationally, two fields still continued to operate separately. The year 2015 marked a turning point with the adoption of three key multilateral agreements: the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which we call the SDGs, and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. The Sendai Framework represents a significant leap for disaster risk reduction. It marked a conceptual shift in our thinking from managing disasters to proactively managing risk. So one of the key messages here is that as a public service, we now need to become risk managers in the public service, right? We're no longer talking about the public service managing disasters. You're going to be managing risks. Risk is a byproduct of our development process, so we need to manage that risk. And every ministry, department, and agency is involved in that development process of Jamaica, that sustainable development pathway. So as we do our work, we need to see ourselves as managing risk across our different domains. By doing this, we made an automatic case for more coherence between disaster risk and climate policy, and making disaster risk reduction a core enabler of sustainable development. The two are intertwined. And I might get into trouble. One of the things that also is a bee in my bonnet is the global inefficiencies that are being created by having climate and disaster risk as two separate institutional arrangements. Right? I see where people are even forgetting that there are geophysical hazards. We're writing strategic plans and only talking about climate. And and I'm like, yeah, the earthquake and the tsunami risk and the biologic, I use biologic rather than pandemic because they're all other types of health-related hazards. They need to be considered in terms of how we, right? So it's really about risk. Risk is risk, right? Climate, there's a suite of hazards that are referred to as climate hazards. These are droughts, bushfires, cyclones, and all the family of cyclones and extreme rainfall events. And as I said, Evan is here. These are considered to be weather extremes, but they are now branded as climate disasters. Suddenly they become climate disasters. The reason why I'm bringing it up is that what it is also causing in the public sector across the globe is inefficiency of the deployment of the human and financial resources. So we also need to become a little bit more sophisticated in understanding what we're doing, right? Rather than duplicating lines of functions and creating inefficiency and missing the opportunity to be more effective in the use of limited public funds, but also private funds. Right? I mean, when we design systems, we need to design systems to be clear on what are all the fundamental risks and what are all the hazards that we're dealing with, so that we can design our system to be able to deal with all of them, not just one. We don't spend money to just do something in the public service around climate when the same investment could address other areas. So this is a very important step in terms of trying to build back the bridges between the two, what is seen as two communities. Our citizens do not experience these issues in the way we experience it in the global political arena and multilateral arena, where we have these global frameworks. They don't see Sendai and Paris Agreement and SDGs. They see services. They see the ability for them to continue to farm, to sell their goods, to send their children to school. That's what they see. They see the ability to still have access to a health facility, right? That's what the people see. And our job is to ensure that we are docking these global frameworks more effectively in our various public sector plans, our national development plan and strategy. How do we dock these things effectively and efficiently across the process? By doing this, we made an automatic case, as I said, for more coherence between disaster risk and climate policy and making disaster risk reduction a core enabler of sustainable development. The Paris Agreement solidified this convergence, its goal to enhance adaptive capacity, strengthening resilience, and reducing vulnerability to climate change, echoes the same objectives of the Sendai framework. So right now there's a conversation about post-2030. Are we going to have 3 frameworks, or are we going to have 1? Are we going to have a risk-based development framework, or risk-based sustainable development framework? Are we going to have the same 3? That's a dialogue that's going on now. Article 8 on loss and damage also links the climate agenda with disaster risk reduction through risk mitigation, risk financing, early warning systems, infrastructure resilience, emergency preparedness, and recovery. Many of the recovery plans and frameworks are now what is being used by the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage to access loss and damage finance. So again, the world is now recognizing that there is this convergence, and we need to try to bring these things together, even as we have the purpose of this sort of global policy dialogue. Lastly, the SDGs emphasize the ability of societies to withstand and recover from shocks and stresses and incorporate resilience measurement through a range of its indicators. Together, these 3 landmark agreements pave the way for a unified vision to what I call resilient development. Right? Again, I'm not lecturing, but it's important that we recognize these things. We talk about climate resilience. We talk about disaster resilience. I hear people talk about crisis resilience. We're not trying to make crisis resilient. What we're trying to do is to make our development resilient in the face of shocks and stresses. So the term I use is resilient development or development resilience. That's our objective. That's our objective. And all of these global frameworks are towards that fundamental objective. So now we're seeing through the threads, the red thread, through all of these global frameworks, this unified understanding and unified vision for resilient development. As I mentioned before, this policy evolution was driven by a shift in our thinking from focusing on the hazard to understanding that risk is a product of the hazard combined with vulnerable conditions and the exposure of assets, lives, and livelihoods to these hazards. The concept of resilience emerged as a powerful bridge, providing a common goal for both disaster risk reduction and the climate change lobbyists. So as we move from the global landscape and we look at Jamaica's reality, we see that in today's world where economies and societies are increasingly globalized, we're witnessing a new era of systemic risk. Crises no longer occur in isolation. A single shock can cascade across infrastructure, supply chains, public services, food systems, public finance, and governance itself. What begins as a weather extreme event or a climate event can quickly, or a biologic event, if I reflect a little bit on COVID, can quickly become an economic crisis, a social crisis, and a public service crisis simultaneously. Small island developing states are on the front line of these pressures, and in the Caribbean alone, tropical cyclones have caused losses exceeding 10% of annual GDP on at least 20 occasions since 1995. Extreme weather events across the region have more than doubled in frequency over the past 2 decades, and in Jamaica there's no exception. You know, we referenced Beryl before. In 2024 there was Beryl. It became the strongest early season hurricane ever recorded, resulting in an estimated damage and loss of nearly 2% of the country's GDP. We followed that up in 2025, where if we thought that was bad, the following year was Hurricane Melissa, which resulted in roughly about 56% of GDP and about 12.2, 12.8 billion dollars in losses. And I've heard people say this was worse than Gilbert. Well, it was not, right? It may look worse in terms of the dollar value. Gilbert was 80% of our gross domestic product. So we have to do a bit of time value of money, right? So this wasn't worse. And there's a reason why it was not worse, because it only affected half the island. Anybody who flew into Kingston would think Jamaica is functioning and fine. I mean, I was here. People were up and about. You only knew there was a problem when you went, as you went further and further west, then you saw the problems. But what it says is that even with that, we've built assets to the value such that even though a storm which has impacted half the island in terms of direct impact was able to generate more than 50% of your gross domestic product. These are the sort of analysis we need to bring to it. And it links back to all of us, including those of us in the public service. If government cannot finance itself, then it also will not be able to sustain the public service, right? So this is why, I know, I will say the inconvenient truths with a little bit of political diplomacy. In everything there is what we call and there is such a thing, the politics of risk. There's a political economy of managing risk. And I'm saying that because I know there are public sector individuals who may ascribe to some of the thinking, but there's still this journey of bridging what is the political economy of managing risk as we go forward. So I'm aware of it, but it is important that we pay attention to it. So these are not only environmental shocks, they are national development shocks that place pressure on institutions, public finances, infrastructure, and essential services. Our geography, geology make the country highly vulnerable to hurricane, floods, droughts, landslides, and earthquakes. Climate change is amplifying these threats, with projections indicated more intense and frequent hazards alongside rising sea levels threatening our coastal stability. This vulnerability poses a direct threat to pillars of Jamaica's economy and to the well-being of its people. The tourism industry, a cornerstone of the economy, is heavily concentrated in coastally exposed areas, exposed to sea level rise and storm surges. So it's important, as someone who considers themselves an environmentalist, we derive our well-being or entertainment value or economic prosperity from our natural resources. So it seems to me, if that's where we're deriving a lot of these benefits, we need to invest in protecting these natural resources and these natural ecosystems. They are buffers to our infrastructure. And if most of our infrastructure is coastally located, if we're depending on our coastline for our largest contributor to our economy, then if we don't protect that asset, or coral reefs, or mangroves, we're going to be in trouble if we're not already in trouble, right? It brings me back to the point around rules, building codes, standards that need to be enforced because it matters. It matters because it allows us to play the long game as a country, pursuing a development pathway, pursuing a prosperity pathway. The agricultural sector, a vital source of livelihoods, remain highly vulnerable to hurricanes, droughts, with direct implications for food security. Critical public infrastructure, including airports, seaports, roads, power grids, and hospitals, largely situated in vulnerable coastal zones, with approximately 82% of the population residing in these areas. Total climate-related losses over the past 23 years are estimated to have cost Jamaica approximately $136 billion, US dollars, let me be clear. Against this backdrop, a resilient public service is indispensable to the country's stability, security, and development. Let me repeat it. A resilient public service is indispensable to the country's stability, security, and development. So what are the characteristics of a resilient public service? It means, 1, systems and institutions that can withstand shocks, continue operating under pressure, and lead complex recovery and rebuilding processes effectively. And the Minister of Finance spoke to some of these things, right, in the sort of continuity of business operation. In a world shaped by increasing uncertainties across geopolitics, the natural environment, the economy, technology, and society, public institutions must become more agile. They must be capable of adapting policies, strengthening coordination, updating legal frameworks, and adjusting operational systems as conditions evolve. While we cannot eliminate risk entirely, the goal is to understand risk better, manage it intelligently, and reduce its impact on the public value and public trust. This requires government to integrate performance management and risk management and not treat them as separate functions. Strong risk management ultimately strengthens governance institutions, performance, and service delivery, not just during disasters, but at all times. Globally, governments, the private sector, and the civil society are all increasingly recognizing that resilience cannot be treated as a separate sector or a standalone policy. It must be built in the way we plan, invest, and deliver services. At UNDP, we describe this approach as risk-informed development, ensuring that development decisions reduce risk rather than reinforcing existing vulnerabilities or creating new ones. Such risk-based policy discourse and practice from within mechanics of development itself ensures that development itself does not create new risk and that every dollar spent builds resilience. By understanding risk posed by climate change and natural hazards, policymakers, public servants can make informed decisions about where to invest in infrastructure, how to allocate resources, and how to design policies that enhance community resilience. The goal is simple but important. Every investment, every policy, and every recovery effort should strengthen resilience rather than deepen exposure. Let me illustrate this with a few examples from our work. Recognizing that this risk-informed approach to development requires building capacities and skills, UNDP has developed a learning platform that helps countries identify for themselves practical entry point for mainstreaming disaster and climate risk in development planning and budgeting, removing institutional silos, and fostering coherence and partnership based on a common and shared approach. We work with the national disaster management authorities, ministries of environment, planning, finance, and relevant sectoral ministries and institutions to design practical roadmaps from national to local level. This has been so far benefiting 19 countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. What does this mean on the ground? What does it look like? Let me give examples. In Vanuatu, we have worked with the Ministry of Internal Affairs to future-fit strategic planning, bringing together indigenous knowledge with mainstreaming tools. One outcome of this was the risk-proof subnational planning guidelines, which helped provinces and communities map their risks and reflect them in local plans. In Bhutan, we climate-proofed roads and irrigation systems. The key was putting resilient construction standards in the design stage itself. It costs more upfront, but it has reduced repair and maintenance costs during the monsoon season. Across Africa, working with IGAD and the African Union Commission, we asked a simple but urgent question. What would it take to avert the next famine in the Horn of Africa? And there's a long story behind that when I joined UNDP, and I said, we're going to do the sort of what-if approach. Using expert roundtables, systems thinking, and foresight, we mapped the drivers of drought and food insecurity and built a roadmap for anticipatory planning and action. In Uganda, we are supporting the restoration of wetlands to absorb floodwater and stabilize water flows, protecting livelihoods of communities that depend on fishing, farming, and livestock. It is also crucial to recognize and build upon the leadership Jamaica has already shown putting in risk-informed principles into practice through your national disaster risk management legislation, your national comprehensive disaster risk management policy direction, and your service excellence policy and public sector modernization efforts. Our journey offers a valuable lesson for other countries in integrating disaster risk reduction and climate change into governance. I said our because I connect to your journey. Vision 2030 Jamaica advances to a whole-of-government approach and places resilience at the center of the development agenda. We have also created practical ways to break institutional silos. For instance, the Hazard Risk Reduction and Adaptation to Climate Change Technical Working Group, which was established back when I was here and was co-chaired by ODPEM and the Met Office. And I think the Climate Change Division brings together government, civil society, and the private sector to drive implementation. Jamaica is also demonstrating practical pathways to build financial resilience, including through disciplined fiscal management and the National Disaster Risk Financing Policy, which disburses funds rapidly when climate shocks hit. Restoration of mangroves and coral reefs as nature-based solution is building natural buffers against storm surges and coastal erosion as well. Hurricanes Melissa and Beryl remind us of a basic truth. Resilience goes beyond the quality of a plan or a policy. It is reflected in how government performs when information is incomplete, conditions are constantly changing, and people need support immediately. Responses to these hurricanes reiterated 5 lessons. First, continuity matters as much as response does. People experience resilience through functioning hospitals, roads, water, schools, and social support. Second, coordination needs clarity. When rules are not explicit, response becomes ad hoc and slower than it needs to be. Third, risk information must be usable so leaders and decision makers can decide what to protect first and where to restore first. This is a very important message. People believe being prepared means you have all the resources for all the people that are vulnerable and exposed. That's not true. Being prepared is knowing what to do with what you have, having a plan for what you have and a plan for what you don't have, so that you can trigger what is your backup to your surge support, right? So it's how to use what you have efficiently and to be able to communicate that transparently. You know, when I was at ODPEM, there was sometimes very little that we had to work with because, of course, we were grappling with very high debt to GDP, and we had to function within that frame. It was about, you know, taking calculated risk, making certain decisions, but putting in a backup plan, but also communicating this, right? You know, we never communicated when we were asked. Every year the media asked, how prepared is Jamaica? When I was in Sedima, I was asked the same thing, how prepared is the Caribbean and how prepared is Sedima? So it's really about what you have and how you plan to use what you have. So where was I? Fourth, disasters expose the cost of non-compliance. When land use rules and building standards are ignored, we end up paying a heavy price. And you also saw that in Melissa, you know, where many, many people were living where they should not live. Friends, colleagues, it's something we have to change. It is not only a cost on the individuals who are impacted, it's a cost on the public purse. It's a cost on the taxpayers. It is unsustainable. We're simply throwing good money at very bad processes. We have to arrest this. We have to address these issues around land tenure and also informal occupation in places where they should not be. as an urban planner, and Leonard can concur. If I'm wrong, Leonard, you can wave your hand and stop me, right? The rivers, you know, when we were doing urban planning, you're told here's a flood boundary, the floodplain, the flood boundary, the flood fringe, and then you start building after all of that. You go down Black River. Many hard structures were built within the floodplain, not even beyond the flood boundary or the flood fringe. So these are things and we have to work with the citizens to be able to appreciate that. And the public service is going to be at the forefront of that. It's not only the Prime Minister and the ministers. It is every institution that has a role to play. We need to be communicating with the public services, with the citizens. Sorry. Fifth, I just did 4, sorry. Recovery is a test of governance systems. Procurement, targeting of support, project tracking, and transparency to determine whether recovery reduces or rebuild risks. So even as we get going on the journey for recovery, so we've done the first part of recovery, which is the rehabilitation. We're now on the second part of recovery, which is reconstruction. And our Japanese colleagues will tell you there is a third part where you're going from reconstruction into resilience building. Because recovery is about development. It is a moment when we are able to invest in resilience, where we're able to address those points of failure in our current development trajectory. All these are central lessons and lessons that tell us that resilience must become an integral part of the institutional and community culture. So if we look at it as a core function of the public sector, then we say service continuity, risk-informed investment, and building back better. Then disaster risk reduction is service excellence delivered under stress, right? It is service excellence delivered under stress. And I think that aligns well with, a message that came from the Minister of Finance very earlier on. Risk-informed planning, continuity of operations, and effective recovery mechanisms are the foundations to keep essential services functioning, accessible, and reliable when emergencies disrupt normal operations. So how do we do that? We start by being explicit. What are the essential functions and what is the minimum service level the public can rely on? We put strong continuity plans in place covering people, processes, facilities, suppliers, and communication infrastructure, and we test them. Systems, not people, systems, and we test them. We make sure leaders have decision-ready risk information, so priorities are clear in the first 24 to 72 hours. We build redundancy and surge capacity, so we have alternative service points, mobile teams, mutual aid, and pre-position supplies. And while I'm a son of Jamaica, I'm also a son of the Caribbean. And I believe in regional integration. And we have to believe in it because we're small states. And we have to invest in surge capacities. Remember what I said? No one island will have all the resources to be able to deal with its needs. The United States as a country doesn't have this is why even in the United States there are surge across state borders to support. In the EU has its regional protocols that facilitates EU member states surging in to support EU countries. So even as we invest, we need to see this permeate the public service in the region such that we can have the ability to surge capacity in and out in the region. We're there. The region was ahead of its time, right? I mean, the mechanism we created called SEDEMA and the regional response mechanism outside of Europe didn't exist anywhere, right? Something, again, we need to be proud of, and we have played a part, Jamaica's played an integral part in that particular process. So we need to ensure that we have surge capacity that can bring mobile teams, mutual aid, pre-position locally across parishes, so we have to invest in municipal systems as well, right? Again, we're building the foundations and we're building on it brick by brick as we go and creating the systems. We make recovery governance a part of service delivery. We make recovery governance a part of our service delivery, all ministries and departments. So even as there is an agency that will come up at some point to lead and maybe be sunset thereafter, it still is going to be built on the public service and their ability to be able to deliver recovery and to govern recovery. Risk-informed public investment, I know I was asked to do this in an hour, Colleen. I'm coming to a close. I hope I'm not over my hour. I hope I'm still under my hour. Risk-informed public investment, protecting infrastructure and shortening recovery must be one of the most powerful levers government can trigger, and it is linked to public investments. When investment decisions systemically incorporate disaster risk and climate risk, such as through risk screening, and I know you have a process for risk screening, but I want to ensure that you understand it must be systematically deployed. Through risk screening, resilient design standards, and life cycle asset management, countries reduce infrastructure and service delivery failure, as well as the time it takes to recover them. This is increasingly reflected in emerging good practice in infrastructure governance, including diagnostic tools such as the IMF's Public Investment Management Assessment, the PIMA framework, the World Bank's Disaster Risk Reduction Responsive Public Financial Management, PFM approaches, which emphasizes upon the importance of disaster-informed public investment and asset management. Again, let's say what this means in practical terms, so I'm not just throwing around sort of these terminologies. We make risk screening mandatory for every major project. We make risk screening mandatory for every major project, right? Has to be done before important aspects like location and designs are even finalized. Because if we don't do that, it's also going to be costly and also very complex to unravel the political economy of clawing back at that particular point in time. We make the hard choices early, so we use rigorous project appraisal to weigh cost and benefits and choose resilient standards. And I hosted a roundtable in Geneva where I brought people who have been working at this thing for a very long time, just to listen to them, saying, we've been saying all these things. What do we need to do different? And one of the things that came back to them is this, the need for us to really use these tools, these cost-benefit analysis, cost of inaction studies, what it costs us if we don't do what we know we should have done, right? And what are the implications? So, again, the voices are coalescing around a number of similar things. We use procurement and contract management as tools to enforce resilient specifications and quality. We manage critical assets as a portfolio, understanding their interdependencies and planning for rapid restoration, and line up financing before the shock, so a response and recovery can move quickly without causing fiscal instability. We are already seeing this happening globally. Bhutan demonstrated how climate-proofing infrastructure at the design stage through resilient construction guidelines can reduce recurring disruption costs. Vanuatu showed how risk-proof planning guidance can help local authorities translate risk information into investment choices. And here in Jamaica, the National Natural Disaster Risk Financing Policy has illustrated how prearranged, rapid dispersing resources can help maintain stability and keep the state functioning when shocks hit. This is just to say we're not just talking about it. People are doing it. It can be done. And you are part of that community of actors who are making all of these right steps. We now need to put it all together. So as we look at this whole question of international good practice in recovery, building back better, building forward better, as some will say, as a governance choice, the international experience is consistent on one point. Recovery is as much about direction as it is about speed. The shift from build back the same to build back better or build forward better is ultimately a decision to use recovery as a pathway to reduce risk, to strengthen systems, and to improve equity and performance. Global recovery guidance highlights a set of enabling pillars that will make this shift possible. One, we need to name the lead agency and give it authority. Recovery needs clear rules, mandates, and a whole of government coordination that includes local government. Get trusted information fast. Rapid, credible damage and needs assessment data helps government decide what to restore first and how to restore it safely. We need to match financing to the plan and to track it. This includes prearranged funds, contingency budgets, and transparent monitoring flows. We need to also include rebuilding to safer standards. If we're not doing that, we're not building forward or building back better. If we allow people to occupy where they were in the same way, we are simply replacing the vulnerabilities and the exposures, which we're going to deal with later on. So strong land use, discipline, and resilient specifications reduce exposure and vulnerability rather than recreating them. We need to also build delivery capacity at scale. Procurement, project management safeguards, and anti-corruption systems determine whether recovery is delivered. We need to protect people, not only assets. Inclusion and social protection help recovery reach the most vulnerable, safeguarding their lives and livelihoods. We need to remember the lessons, turn after action reviews into updated standard operating procedures and budgets and performance measures. For governments, the priority is to institutionalize risk-informed planning and budgeting. It requires risk screening for policies and projects and build resilience criteria into the annual planning and budget cycle. Strengthen the data architecture. As I said, you're already on your way, so it's really investing on the foundations you've built. Invest in hazard and exposure data, service disruption tracking, and interoperable platforms so information is timely, trusted, and usable. Make continuity a standard across ministries, define essential functions, build and test continuity plans, and create redundancy for communications, facilities, and supply chains. Use the digital transformation process also as a pathway to build resilience. Digitize high-volume services, enable remote delivery where feasible, and include cyber and data protection in emergency readiness. Build standing partnerships before the crisis. Set arrangements with utilities, telecoms, the private sector, civil society, and academia to coordinate restoration, logistics, and outreach. Our centers of higher learning still remain highly underutilized. We need to build a sound partnership with them, both in terms of R&D, but also deploying them in the post-crisis phase. Prepare, and let me stop again to tell a story because it's important, and why it is that we now need to embrace the centers of higher learning. When I was here working in Jamaica, I was patron of the built environment, and I worked with the School of Architecture to try to come up with a strategy for sheltering, because of the whole use of schools and the challenges with getting the schools back. And those students did an amazing job in their design studio to create, we gave them the problem, and they came up with transitional housing solutions that used a camp facility where you had people in shelters, whether it was in tents or built, and that same site transitioned to a relocated housing site. And they were able to illustrate how it happened, how you put in the water infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to challenge our young people, and when I say young, I'm talking people all the way up to 40 who are studying in these universities, right? So it's not only those of them that are my age. We need to challenge them to be a part of the revolution so they become strong partners. We need to prepare recovery systems now, not after the shock. Clarify mandates, pre-agree procedures, strengthen transparency and tracking, and embed Build Back Better standards in our recovery programs. Taken together, these actions translate the idea of resilience into everyday functions of the government, so that excellence is not only how we serve in normal times, but also how we protect the public and keep Jamaica functioning when crisis tests the system. In conclusion, a call to action for resilient Jamaica. So as we gather at this year's Service Excellence Conference, let us embrace the challenge, and I would dare say the opportunity, because on the other side of challenge is opportunity. We shouldn't always see it as the negative. To embrace the opportunity to build a more resilient nation. We know, as a country, we still face some resource constraints. We still have some data gaps, and we must strengthen our enforcement of risk-informed principles and build capacity at national and local levels. We know this. But as public servants, you are in the front line of these solutions. And it means you are given much, and to whom much is given, much is expected. We've signed up for this journey, so we have to embrace it. Your commitment to excellence, innovation, and service is among Jamaica's greatest assets, and I mean that sincerely as one who have served in the public service. I've served with many committed public servants over my time, and many of them still remain. And this is a great asset that should be treasured by Jamaicans the world over. A government's promise is tested most when conditions are worse, and that is precisely when it matters most. What we build in blue sky times will determine how we perform in the gray skies times. What we build in the blue skies times will determine how we perform when we're in the time of gray skies. None of this, of course, is easy, and we must recognize the human cost associated with this journey. The public servants, those in the public service who have delivered services in a crisis, are often dealing with their own personal losses at the same time. It's often not recognized or appreciated. The psychological strain of sustained responses is real and too often under-recognized. So resilience is as much about systems, but the people are still within. They're part of that system. And they work within that system, and they are part of the systems themselves. So we need to also ensure that we are looking after their health and well-being so that they can provide, as I said, in gray skies times. I would like to leave you with two messages. I know my slide deck is behind, maybe. With two messages. Service excellence is not just what a government delivers in good times. It is what a government can sustain when everything else is broken. In this sense, resilience is no longer adjacent to service excellence. It is a precondition. The assumption of stable operating environments can no longer guide public sector planning. Resilient public service is a central public sector mandate of this decade. And the service excellence policy, which you have, is the right vehicle to carry it. Having already generated real momentum across 33 ministries, departments, and agencies. Embedding resilience now is not a course correction. It is the next step, building on what you have already achieved. And as a representative of UNDP, and in my deputy res rep, who is representing UNDP in person in Jamaica, UNDP stands ready, if I may say so, Deputy Res Rep, stands ready to continue our partnership with the government and the people of Jamaica in this journey. I thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. You can do better than that. Dr. Ron, well, see, I speaking it into being. Doctor.
There's a story about that. I saw Ambassador Meade earlier. I have been given a lot of titles.
Yes.
I've been called Colonel and Doctor and Dr. Jackson and Professor Jackson, I'm none of the above. Sadly.
Don't move from there. Don't move from there, because I think people might have a few questions. There's so much that we can focus on, but time doesn't allow us to go through everything. What we do in the blue skies times will determine how we perform in the gray sky times. Are there any questions from the floor? We can just take a few questions. If you want to ask a question or to make a comment, put your hand up and I will come across to you with the microphone. No questions? All right, so let me, I'm going to start with the hand that I saw go up first over this section here. Just tell us your name and then ask the question.
My name is Nadia Koskill,
Hi,
CEO,
Nadia.
St. James Municipal Corporation. I believe incorporating local authorities is very essential in dealing with resilience. What I would want to find out from you, or what I would want you to maybe expound a little more, in the Jamaican context, do you believe that the local authorities are embedded enough to get us over the hurdle of disasters like Melissa?
Thank you so very much, and that's actually an excellent question.
Yep.
You want to take more than one, or you want to take them one at a time?
I can take them one at a time. Nadia, good to see you. And commendations, because, and I probably shouldn't say this because you're going to remove me now. I was able to observe real time how the St. James Parish Council was managing during Beryl and Melissa. And I will say publicly a bright spot in the whole process around how the municipal system, yes, they should be applauded. I start there in answering your question to say, absolutely, you're on the front lines, both in terms of not just dealing with the crisis itself, but as I said before, you know, the municipal authorities are on the front line of how we offer risk-informed development. And so most certainly you need to be embedded. There is more now to be built on, but I think the efforts of the St. James Municipal Authority need to be built upon. In the UN, we have been discussing what we saw in the context of St. James, and part of our support to the resilient recovery is to look at how can we model and work with that experience and build on that experience. It's something we're going to be pursuing going forward. So the short answer is yes, you should be. Are you there in terms of the municipal system? Not yet. And this is something we need to work on. You've come a far way from the time when I was there. I was in Jamaica. The municipal systems, by and large across the country, is doing much better in this space. So we just need to continue that particular effort. And it includes, you know, personnel, so you need to recruit the right people. The planning department, you know, this thing of you have a disaster coordinator and you have the planning department. We need to look at that a little bit more, right, around how we strengthen the whole system and what roles the individuals in the municipal authority plays in the broader coordination. Sorry, go again. Absolutely, it was central in my message, right? That you need to ensure that budget is allocated, but again, it's a journey. I say that to say that you have to be intentional with the budgeting and build on that, because the success Jamaica is being hailed for now in its layered risk financing didn't start yesterday. It started when I was at ODPEM. That's how long ago the Ministry of Finance was working on creating space to join CRIF. We joined CRIF when I was here. You know, World Bank had worked with me and others in the Ministry of Finance at the time to come up with a figure around what we would need to have as a set aside. You know, so, and over time we got there to the point we're now being hailed as a success story. Similarly, the municipal authorities need to now be intentional in carving out resources and then build upon it, but also looking at other fiscal measures The world is a different place now. There's a lot of creativity in terms of financing solutions, including, insurance-based triggering mechanisms that can provide you financing to act a little bit more anticipatory around what's going on. So we can build on that, just to say that. I hope that answered your question.
All right.
Yes?
Thank you
No?
so very much, Mr. Jackson. And we have another one here.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Eileen Donald from the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information. Just want to let you know, Mr. Jackson, that your presentation was an excellent one. I don't have a question. I just want to make note of that.
You're kind.
Yes. I just want to, reiterate 2 points from your presentation that resonate well with me. Service excellence is what government can sustain when everything else is broken. Resilience is a precondition to service excellence, and I endorse those. Thank you again, sir.
You're very welcome.
Thank you very much. I believe there's another mic somewhere across there. So is there, not sure who has it. All right, go ahead. All right, hold on. Let me give you this. Oh, you have it. All right, let me go to head in this direction. So by the time, and that is I want to take her question and then just one more, or we'll be in here the rest of the day. So I'm going to head over to this table. Go ahead and ask your question.
Not sure it's a question. I'm getting there. Still processing through it all. My name is Casey Akar. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the National Parenting Support Commission. We're an agency of the GOG housed under the Ministry of Education. I'm very fascinated by the comment you made, and pardon me, it's not a direct quote, but I think you said resilience is not static or something to that effect. And I am fascinated by that because, especially in the wake of Hurricane Melissa, we have sustained our presence in those areas since the hurricane. We're there 3 to 4 times per week. And I have coined a term, you may borrow it if you like, resilience fatigue. The idea is that there are real people who are doing the work. So yes, we talk about the systems and enabling the systems. What is a system without its people? It's the people who are still responding. And as you were talking, I was going through and thinking about how I'm actually feeling wear and tear. I don't even know if you're allowed to say that in certain spaces that you're feeling tired, because sometimes that's scoffed at. But I am feeling the wear and tear because even after the cameras go, it is our business model that we continue to do the work because we're more interested in the lives of people than the cameras. And so, but we're feeling the wear and tear. So I guess my question is, how do you balance the idea of, having to keep going? Because it's a moral obligation too. Every time I go and I come back, I get sleepless nights because I'm thinking as much as we're touching lives, if it's just almost a drop in the bucket because the needs are great. So how do we find that to keep going within a system that, you said it, does not see and appreciate sometimes, but you keep going nonetheless?
It's a tough question. How do you keep going? I mean, I've lived it, so I know, right?
Yeah.
But also part of it is I'm going to say it doesn't sound like it's possible, but it's something that you need to do. Someone attributed to Mother Teresa, even though somewhere I read somewhere they said that she'd never said that. But there was a lot of people at the gates, looking for help. She closed the gate, right? And they were saying, how could you close the gate with so many people? The whole idea is that if you do not take care of yourself, you cannot offer the services to the individuals. And it's something I believe in, right? No, that doesn't answer your question. I think what answers your question is, and why it's a system, what is the surge capacity that you have built, can build, and need to build, that then allows those of you who are in service to go into the shade momentarily to resuscitate. I think that's what we need to start to look at, right? How do you say, okay, I need to foster a surge mechanism, and it could be ensuring that you have a group of volunteers that you pair with, someone who is more of a veteran in your team that works to spell some of you to be able to recover, right? While we work at some of the other issues around valuing service, etc. But I think that's where you need to start to look at it. That's the only way. It's the same system we rostered our people when we were here because of the very reason. Of course, as a CEO, you can't get rostered. You are there, but you need to. That's the nature of the game. You roster your people and you create surge mechanisms. It's not well used, but one of the reasons why we created the surge mechanism also in Sedema was because the public service, the folks who are at the helm, as I said, they're affected physically, psychologically. They have losses as well, and they need time to go home to just recollect and to come back in. So we created a couple of different teams, a coordination mechanism team to come in and to take over the coordination role from the public service in country A, B, or C. So the conceptual thinking is there. What happened is that we don't embrace it. It's something that I even saw in my organization. I'm very real. I will be very open with you. In UNDP, we have a mechanism where we have country offices, and the country offices aren't always optimally designed. And there are times when they have a lot of projects to deliver. And we're supposed to deploy experts to the country office to support them. That's how come I came in this Melissa response. But sometimes our country offices don't take the offer, because to them it makes them appear that they're not capable, right? And it's the same thing in the regional system. We don't take the help from our other countries because I don't want I can do this. Why Barbados coming to help me? Or Barbados don't want Trinidad, etc., etc. So these are things we need to start to change the way we think about these things, or else we will die under the strain.
Right.
I don't know if I gave you all you needed, but I tried to give you some insights, and you need to look at building a cadre of people who you can call on to spell your team, and you pair them with an experienced or an expert person so that you have some time to recover.
Yes, I thank you for that. It's a model we actually implement. They too are tired, over 1,000 of them, but that's a model that we actually have. But thank you.
It means then we need to look at the other systems around. Are things changing fast enough, and why they aren't changing? So it's progressive, yeah.
May I just end with this thought? I'll sit after. I went to a school recently, and all the teachers there live and work in one of the parishes that was most adversely affected by the hurricane. And what struck me was just how sad they all looked, that I had to stop and just say, you all look so sad. They just looked sad. Their eyes were telling stories. And when I started to talk, to hear what their experiences were, there's great trauma. But what my big takeaway was a statement one made, that we have to come back, because schools in our system provide such a safe haven. It's wider than just math and English, clearly. But I left with this thought that was shared, that we are expected to come back and to behave as if nothing happened and we were in the hurricane too. So I just want to leave that with you. Thank you so much for
thanks for your reflections. And they will come back, and they should not forget that it happened.
All right. Thank you so very much. And Mr. Jackson, I'm glad that we took the opportunity for you to come back home and share that knowledge and expertise with us. So we have one final question here. He says he's shy, but go ahead and ask the question.
Mr. Jackson, greetings. On a scale of 1 to 10, I give you a 12 on your presentation. Okay, just to let you know that. Give him a round of applause, okay? You can do that, all right? Now, the aviation asset played a very important part in the Melissa recovery. And my suggestion to you is to do an after-action report of how they utilize those assets, because it could be better done for that disaster program. So what I suggest you do is look at the AAR for that aviation operation to kind of enhance or to make things better because it plays a very important role. I'm a combat vet. I did 3 combat tours. I'm a helicopter guy. And the way they utilize that asset could be more effective and more efficient. So if you look on that, that can help you with your whole program in terms of people movements and evacuation, because in all honesty, it was not utilized properly, I can tell you that. Because I do my own AAR after combat, and it could be better done. So my suggestion to you is look on the AAR report and see if you can refine that for future disaster program, because it's important. All right, with that said, thumbs up on your presentation. Love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much for that. All right, final comments from you, Ronald.
Repeat, sorry?
No, I'm saying final comments from you.
No, I don't have anything. I've spoken long enough.
All right, thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen.
I don't want to outstay my welcome.
Thank you so very much. Ronald said that disaster risk management in service excellence is service excellence delivered under stress. So let me repeat that. Disaster risk management is service excellence delivered under stress. And boy, we continue to be under stress. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once again for Ronald Jackson. All right, I'm glad I have a microphone that allows me to walk around, because when I'm working like this, I tend to leave things all over the place. I might end up at the table over there, and I have to walk back. But we have quite a bit to do. Tanika, I'm not seeing you. All right, so we need to do some consultation in terms of how it is that we move forward. But I'd like to make a suggestion that perhaps we can make the time up if we have a working lunch. I don't know. I'm consulting you now because this is all about consultation. Right? Yes, I'm hearing yes. Is that a general yes across the room? All right, certainly sounds good. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot to learn. There are many lessons that we can learn. This kind of networking is important. And if we take the time to understand how important it is for us to serve each other, it is critical. I remember having a conversation with Wayne Hunter from Jackra. And Mr. Hunter was talking about a worker of his that lost practically everything. But guess what? He was on the ground, working in the field with other people who had lost everything as well. And there are so many of those stories that we have seen across the length and breadth of the island. That is service excellence. I have a colleague who knew while she was on air, she was learning that her house was falling apart. But guess what? She continued working. That's service excellence. That's service excellence. And there's so many more of those kinds of stories that can be told, but we can't tell them today. We're going to move now into our panel discussion. And to introduce the panel, well, introduce the moderator of the panel, we're going to invite Miss Grace White. Grace, all right, Grace is coming. Grace is behind me. So thank you so very much. Grace is going to make her way to the lectern on stage to do that introduction. Put your hands together for her as she comes.
Permanent secretaries, heads of entities, distinguished guests, Executive Director Maria Thompson-Walters, kindly allow me to adopt the protocol that was already established. Mrs. Prudence James Townsend is a strategist and adult educator with both private and public sector working experience, totaling more than 15 years, and now serves through her passion, which is human capital development. Prudence has been appointed Director, Business Development and Communication at the Management Institute for National Development, MIND, leading the branch primarily responsible for the customer service delivery process through the Client Relations and Marketing Unit, the Registry Unit, the Creative Development and Production Unit, the Information and Communication Technology Unit, and the Records and Information Management Unit. Prudence has been employed to Mind for approximately 12 years, serving previously as Manager, Strategy and Accountability, and later as Senior Manager, Public Service Capability Development. She is a ProSci Change Management Consultant, ISO Certified Consultant, Customer Service Certified by the Rockhurst University, USA, and has received leadership development through the Canadian-sponsored Caribbean Leadership Program. She holds an MBA with a specialization in business, first-class honors degree in human resource management, both from the University of Technology, Jamaica, and a postgraduate diploma in educational administration from the University of the West Indies, Mona. Fundamentally, she cares about people in a holistic manner, as her belief is that a person's mental, spiritual, and emotional health are just as important as career advancement. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mrs. Prudence James Townsend, your panel moderator today.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I trust we are well. I always hear it's a dangerous, dangerous position to be between persons and lunch, but I hear it's a working lunch, so bless your heart out there. You have saved me and you have saved the panel this afternoon. So how are we feeling? Great. One person is feeling great and everybody else is feeling fabulous? Ecstatic? Yes, I will keep it there. Now, before I'm inviting the panelists to come up, please. I will introduce them individually. But consider yourself forewarned, right? Because this is going to be a very inclusive panel discussion. It's not me one going to stay up here and talk, right? We are going to do it together. Now, you would have heard in the introduction that client relations and marketing is one of those areas that are under my belt. And therefore, for me, it is very important that stakeholders or audience, what you want to hear is being covered. Therefore, I hope there are mics on the floor. And I know there are some footballers in the room. So left flank, right? And then right flank. Now, I'm going to be using the even number tables on this side, maybe about two or three, so you know that somebody at that table is going to have to say something. So I'm giving you that heads up. Right flank, odd numbers. And what we're going to be asking, what we'd love to hear, you've heard Sir Jackson, you've heard Minister, you would have come with some expectations. What is important to us for service excellence is how you feel about the experience. And so as we go through this panel discussion, we want to know if it's just one thing that would make the experience of value to you, what would that be? And your response has to be what we call a lit match. I learned that from a colleague. So imagine you light the match, and you have to give that response before it burns your finger. All right? So consider that, and I will come back to the tables very shortly. Now, there's no need for me to go back through all the definitions of resilience and so, but I'm going to aid some of us now. And as I listened, I said, which song comes to mind when I'm hearing this? So I'm going to start. Althea, please back me up if you don't hear. Come stand beside me, Althea, beg you, right? And when the cue is when I turn the mic, it's your turn to sing, all right? So, you
lick him up, you pick him up, him bounce right back. What a hard man for dead.
Hard man for dead.
You lick him up, you pick him up, you bounce right back.
What a hard man for that.
That's right.
And that's resilience. Clap yourselves, clap yourselves. And that, in a nutshell, is what resilience is. Lick him down. There you go. So we go down. Oh, the strength. You want to sing that one? But there are many examples. And fundamentally, we will go down, but we won't ever stay down. And as Sir Jackson said, we build forward better, not back. Right, sir? Forward better. So, ladies and gentlemen, are we ready on the left flank? Ready? Yes. So what is it, if nothing else, my odd numbers? Setu, you're working with me? Just walk to the closest even number table on that side. And if nothing else, what would be of value? Now, you would have read the bios already from the program, and you know the quality of the panel that is here. So what are you looking forward to hearing? Can't make up your mind? Which other table close by? I want the even number tables. Repeat? 20. Table 20. Just your name, your organization, and then what you would value most hearing from the panel. I'm telling you. Yes, she's coming closer. Thank you. I think you have to turn on the mic, right? Mm-hmm. All right, while we sort out the mic on the left flank, let's turn to the odd numbers on the right flank. Which table is ready? Table 23. What are you looking forward to hearing from the panel? I told you it's going to be a very inclusive kind of discussion. We shall do it together. Thank you very much.
All right, so we're looking forward to finding out ways how benchmarking can be incorporated in terms of delivering that service excellence and the resilience that we've been talking about. And since it's no longer static, that's what we're really looking forward to hearing.
Thank you. So it's some standard to benchmark. Oh, we have two from table 23. Thank you very much.
Yes, and in terms of building out like our digital government, we'd also like to know how you'll carry the vulnerable along, especially the elderly, who is resistant to change.
Excellent, thank you. And just one more because of time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Anita Sutherland from the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth, and Information. And what I'm interested in hearing this afternoon is how it is that organizations can effectively balance innovation and personalized service delivery with the increasing need for risk management, compliance, and data protection without creating a customer experience that feels overly robotic and restrictive.
So how do we balance being compliant but still keep the service excellent and benchmarking? And one, let me take one. Are we ready? No, we will move along. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me the opportunity to briefly introduce the panel. We will start with Mrs. Carleen Mackenzie Spencer. Carleen Spencer is an accomplished professional with extensive experience in public sector modernization and strategy planning, currently serving as a principal director in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, PSMD, Public Sector Modernization Division, with responsibility for the Government Service Excellence Program. So you see why she had to be a part of the panel. She plays a pivotal role in shaping and implementing programs that are geared towards improving the efficiency and effectiveness in the delivery of government services. Good afternoon, Carleen.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. We will now move over to Dr. Ruby Brown. And I must confess, I must, declare she is my boss. Right? So please give her good reviews, right? Wink, wink. Right? Dr. Ruby Brown is a transformational public sector leader, executive coach, and scholar practitioner who has served as CEO of MIND, the Management Institute for National Development, since 2005. With over 3 decades of leadership experience across the public and private sectors, she has played a pivotal role in shaping Jamaica's public sector learning and leadership development architecture. As the architect and a driving force behind Jamaica's public sector learning framework and the public sector learning and development policy, Dr. Brown has championed a systems, you hear that, Sir Jackson? Systems-based approach, sir, to building resilience, capable and a future-ready public sector. Her work continues to influence national and regional reform initiatives with a strong focus on leadership development, institutional strengthening, and human capital advancement. Dr. Brown, welcome. Dr. Hendricks, I already hear some of the questions are, some of the answers I'm sure persons will be looking forward to hear. Dr. Christine Hendricks, a passionate advocate for the education and empowerment of persons with disabilities. Dr. Christine Hendricks is the current Executive Director of the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, which was established as a statutory body under the Disabilities Act, which came into effect February 14, 2022. With extensive local and international experience, Dr. Hendricks has been a vibrant speaker and presenter at workshops, seminars dealing with various aspects of disabilities. As a member of the community of persons with disabilities, she has lent her considerable experience and expertise to the advisory and management boards of disabilities and the She has worked with governments, civil society, and systems to facilitate effective and inclusive policies. She has also served on several working groups and committees, including the Task Force on Disability Subsector Plan and the Task Force on Social and Vulnerable Groups, both part of Jamaica's Vision 2030. Dr. Hendricks, good afternoon and welcome. Professor Gunjan Mansingh. Professor Mansingh is a professor of data science at the Department of Computing at the University of the West Indies Mona campus. She brings extensive expertise to her teaching, covering undergraduate and postgraduate studies in computer science, information systems, and data science, including business intelligence, programming, AI, which is now a sexy topic, and it's with us to stay, artificial intelligence, and data visualization, and knowledge discovery and analytics. Beyond academia, she holds key leadership roles in Jamaica's digital transformation. She serves as the chairperson of ICT Authority of Jamaica, the entity responsible for ICT systems and solutions for the Government of Jamaica. She's also a member of the steering committee for CARICOM Girls in ICT, and she sits on the board of Jamaica National Financial Groups. Professor Mansing, welcome.
Thank you.
Did I not tell you it was a fabulous, fabulous experience panel? And so let us continue the conversation which started this morning. Mrs. Mackenzie, Colleen, let me start with you. What is one key achievement, just one, because I'm sure there are many, as it relates to service excellence that you're most proud of and you wish to share in this forum at this time?
Thank you, Prudence, for that question. As you said, there are many achievements that we would have accomplished, and I am so happy to see the attendance here in the space. And I am happy, Mr. Jackson, for your presentation, which was enlightening this morning, because it spoke to the importance of service excellence and the policy that we have developed as a public sector modernization division. So, whilst we would have worked closely with MIND to develop and build our capabilities and creating a suite of products to train our public sector workers, to enable them to deliver services, and we would have, as a public sector modernization division, worked with creating guideline documents to support the implementation of the service excellence policy. I am particularly proud of the fact that we have a service excellence policy that was co-designed with our community groups, with our public sector institutions, and our civil society. And the policy itself responded to issues that we would have, to gaps and challenges in the services that people would have identified. And what the people asked of us was, how can the government provide consistent services, real-time services that meet our expectations? And how can we create a culture of service improvement? We as a government and as a public sector, we need to develop and create systems, structures, and policies that will allow us to be able to continuously improve on services that the people need.
Yeah, excellent. So the policy is that framework that establishes the groundwork then?
It does. It establishes the groundwork.
And it's that guide.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So when we got that policy approved in 2022 by Cabinet, I must say, we did not just introduce a new initiative and add it on to what was already happening in the public sector. What we did was to create a framework that would have improved how our ministries, departments, and agencies operationalize
100%.
the service excellence.
One of the things that is very impressive as well, Colleen, it's how regardless of the ministry, department, or agency that we visit, they say, oh, we have a representative here, there's someone who we liaise with from PSMD who keeps the information. We keeps us informed, and so we inform the system. And that is a breath of fresh air, because too often we hear of policies, yes, they are approved, but the implementation is not critical. So that is absolutely something to be proud of. And given some of the comments coming from Mr. Jackson's presentation, is there any particular charge or any sentiment you wish to share with the leaders who are here to take back to their particular entities at this time?
Most definitely. The service excellence policy is not one that we should be taking lightly. As a matter of fact, it supports resilience, and that is what this conference is about. We live in a geopolitical environment where we're not only vulnerable to hurricanes. So while we would have seen the need for a policy, a conference of this nature, to respond to how we would have the experiences that we had with Melissa, there is a recognition that we're coming out of COVID pandemic, we are now experiencing another global crisis, and our ministries, our institutions must be able to respond to these crises. We have to, a part of that is preparation, and the service excellence policy allows us to prepare our staff, our personnel, the organizations in ensuring that they're delivering services in the way that they should. We know that we also have situations where we're not operating at the same levels, ministries, departments, and agencies. And as we have heard earlier, most of us are being given baskets to do quite a bit of the work. Service excellence does not happen instantly. For some, it is a long haul. Others who are properly resourced and can easily digitalize their systems, you will see those improvements. And we've been seeing quite a bit of that across government. But what we want to do through service excellence policy is to ensure consistency across government so that you have consistent whole of government service provision at quality and not just spots of it.
100%. And as one of the earlier presenters had said, Carleen, it is important that at least we're moving forward. So some will go a little bit faster than others, but we're moving in the right direction. So as you spoke, and we all know, I'm going to share a story now. Dr. Hendricks, this is something that your team actually, and I nearly cried, and I'll share the experience, where as we, and additionally, it's going to start to respond to a question or an area of interest to one of our attendees. But as we prepare ourselves to serve and we continue to serve, sometimes we don't remember that we have all persons to serve. And the story that was told, it was a dream that was sharing the experience, and she said, imagine you have these systems, but the person cannot speak. And you have somebody who perhaps cannot hear. And so, okay, but intellectually it makes sense. Okay, fine, I get it. But then imagine if it is a private matter that they want to discuss, and it's with their doctor. Then if the system does not facilitate that kind of support, then let's say the person's name is John. John then has to find somebody who John probably don't even like. And John doesn't even know the person, but now this person has to be in his business because the system has not fully prepared itself. So even as we speak about resilience and the response has to be for all. So Dr. Hendricks, over to you. How does that sit with you? And on that particular sentiment or story, is there anything that you want to share in that regard at this time?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so very much for the reflection and the question. Persons with disabilities that I represent, the voice of persons with disabilities, is 15% of our population.
15?
15%. So that's about 450,000 persons.
Wow.
Think about their families alongside them. So that's 450,000 plus, right? And they have to do business. They're part of Jamaica, and they are required to do business. They are employees, they are employers, they are, regular people, or sometimes they are just at home. If it is that we're designing systems and services without the input of the people that we serve, then we would have been off on the wrong foot. Because inclusion, because persons with disabilities were never included from the beginning, we're at the stage where we have to consult to know what to do. We're not saying that everybody must know the right thing to do, But leaders must be willing to be vulnerable, to ask. Be curious. What is it that is required? How can I serve you? And be honest to say, I don't know, and then be willing and open to learn. And also having the persons at the table. So, you might say that we don't know persons with disabilities, but you have organizations like the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities that can provide that support to help to guide the design of policies, the consideration of services, to provide audits of your facilities, to ensure that as you create your spaces for service excellence, that everybody is considered. There is a concept called universal design that allows us to design spaces, services, programs for everyone, which means everybody will be served and not only the person with a disability.
So tell us a little, Art, what does it look like?
Okay, so universal design looks like ease of access. So you go to, let me use a supermarket that is very accessible.
Bring it home, bring it home.
You go to General Foods or you go to High-Low Supermarket, not the one in Crossroads. And the door opens for you, the one in Portmore. So
Okay,
there's a ramp that leads in.
Working with your example, Doc, working with it.
Or at General Foods, you walk in and the door opens and the aisles are wide enough, you can move around, the shelves are low so you can reach it. If I am in a wheelchair, if I'm short, if I'm tall, whatever height, size, if I can speak or not, there are, means and ways of getting what it is that I need. So it is offering service where regardless of how the individual presents, whether they have an ability or not, they can participate, they can do their business. It is stepping into a service center where the counter, you have high counters for those who are tall and low counters for those who are short or uses wheelchairs. It is the signage that is in the space that tells me what is available, and I can look or not only the words, but pictures for persons with intellectual disabilities. So it's a multi-pronged space. Many persons tend to think when you think of inclusion, oh, I must have a ramp. And a ramp is the only thing that comes to mind. But there are so many other things.
And as you say that, I'm telling you, Dr. Hendricks has schooled me. I remember in a different forum, she had said some organizations, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if any persons are here, but sometimes you think you have a ramp, but it's really a slant.
A slope.
A slope. And that means it's not doing what it's supposed to do.
Yes.
Right? So sometimes you don't know that you don't know.
Yeah.
So it's continue.
Right, and so I don't want us to feel as if we're beating up on you, but what we want you to understand is that it is okay to be willing to say you don't know and be willing to start. Be willing to and be open to put the money where our mouth is. Because the truth is, we look at disability and we tend to think that everybody needs the same thing. And so we tend to think that if a ramp is there, then everybody is served. Or if a sign language interpreter is there, everybody is served, not necessarily. And so we have to take each disability, what is required, and then ensure that it is put in. Of course, what is critical is the budget. We've been talking about budgets, and I know that we have been saying that you utilize the resources that you have to start where you are and then you build. And that is fine because inclusion is progressive realization. It is the willingness, first of all, to begin to know that we have 450,000 people. Think of the services that you offer. 450,000 persons are omitted from that service. And sometimes if you're not serving the person with disabilities, then you end up not serving their families either. And so the dependence on social protection continues because we are not empowering our people to become independent, and the skill sets and what they can bring to the table becomes lost. And so, you know, the encouragement is reach out to the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities. We're in the digital era, and so many of our services are going online. Are they accessible? Let us utilize the information that we have. There is the Web Content Accessibility Guideline, WCAG 2, and the ICT standards recently launched by the Bureau of Standards.
Could you just repeat those? So it's the Web?
Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG 2. You can go online and it will guide the content developers and the designers and the website persons, can guide you how to develop your website. And there is the ICT standards recently launched by the Bureau of Standards that provides guidelines as to how to ensure that your websites are accessible.
Excellent. So I'm going to pause there. And because you went ICT, Professor Mansing, you know, I will come to you. As you hear the conversation and your technical sweet spot of ICT, how does it ring to you? And what would you like to share at this point to see, you know, how we can support being resilient and the service excellence in a different way as it relates to ICT?
Prudence, a very important question. And, you know, we heard many things from morning session. We heard that transformation is evolving, resilience is evolving, everything is, there's no, you know, end point to this. Now, what is it that is going to actually drive this? And that is data. And even, you know, the AI systems just now, what are they powered on? They're powered on data. People call data the new oil. I actually disagree, because oil is not renewable, and it can get stuck in Strait of Hormuz, whereas data is still with you. So,
indeed.
So data is the powerful, component or asset that we have. Yet in organizations, we don't treat it very well, and even in government, we don't treat it very well. It resides in silos. It could reside in one agency, one ministry, and, you know, the CIO of ICT Authority sitting here, and I know she's promoting only once kind of a concept that, you know, citizens only need to give their data once to the government. So does it really matter that, you know, as a citizen, I am interacting with Ministry of Labor, or I'm interacting with ODPEM, or, you know, which agency am I dealing with, which ministry am I dealing with? In my mind, I'm dealing with Government of Jamaica. So all these entities need to come together where the data is concerned. So breaking the silos, the data silos, becomes very important. And the second thing that I would like to stress from an ICT perspective, there is I don't know if I should call AI the elephant in the room, because it might be even bigger than that, but capacity building. Capacity building where modern day systems are evolving is very important. And if I was to just share, just last month, UAE, which is, you know, Dubai, Sharjah, all the little Emirates, they said that within 2 years, 50% of their public service will be AI powered.
50?
Sorry, 50%. 50 to 70%, I think they said, will be AI powered in 2 years' time, 2028 they are talking about. And, but what important thing that struck me was that they are going to be training 50,000 of their public sector workers. So it's not that, you know, the fear of jobs being replaced, but it is that, you know, you need to upskill yourself for that, to be ready for that evolution which is happening.
Thank you very much. And then, Dr. Brown, leadership. What should leaders be thinking about in this time as we speak about resilience and just that preparation? Yes, we hear about systems, of course, but that mindset, that mentality. Could you just speak to us a little bit in that realm?
All right. So I have to go back to the systems a little bit.
Of course.
Because the truth of the matter is that systems only work if people are prepared. And people are only prepared when leaders intentionally build capability.
Right.
No, so the point I made is that systems only work when people are prepared, right? And people are only prepared when leaders are intentional about building capability.
Yeah.
And
100%.
alongside the building of the capability,
Yeah.
they have to also build trust, build adaptability, and purpose.
Yeah.
And that's what really gave rise to the public sector learning framework. You know, that's government's thrust to ensure that as a public sector, we intentionally develop capability. And while the framework speaks to the development of capability across all professional groups, in fact, right now I think we have deleted some 17, 18
yes.
professional groups. There's a particular emphasis on leadership. In fact, the framework anchors leadership, or for that matter, let me be a little bit more specific to say that the core competencies that are embodied in the competency framework, which is a part of the public sector learning framework, is anchored in leadership.
Yes.
And so there is the commitment that leadership ought to be built in a very intentional way, not in terms of positions, but across all levels within the sector. And of course, you can well appreciate that the leadership capability that is required at one level is not the same at another level, right? And when we think, for example, in the whole matter of discussing resilience, what are some of those capabilities that we would want to think about? Certainly adaptability is one of them.
Yes.
We want to think about the whole matter of humanness in terms of our leadership, you know, emotional intelligence. I heard a conversation earlier about not working in silos.
Yes.
You know, just to name a few.
Excellent. So, yes, there are systems, but the leadership, and we could tell that that resonated with the audience, the leadership is very critical in that process. So, Dr. Hendricks, coming back to you, based on the passion with which you speak, and we know there will be some persons who are more advanced in their consciousness and just how they implement their inclusion. There is, let's say for leaders, your strategic planning and your, what would that look like or feel like sitting in that room with the executive and the PS and so with the, what must it look like or what should it look like to ensure that the inclusion is not an afterthought?
Okay, so it is very, very important that, as you say, inclusion is not an afterthought, because if it is that you are going to fix after the launch or consult after the launch, then that would not be inclusion. So sitting at the table, the person, the organization with the disability would need to provide the guidance. What is it do I need to ensure that is there for my organization? So we're all planning, and we spoke about disaster and the fact that disaster must be whole of government. And so for my organization, I might have employees with disabilities, or I might have employees who have children with disabilities, or I might not have persons with disabilities at all. But as a government entity, what is my role? What should I be doing to ensure that if I have a staff member with a disability, how do I ensure that that staff member their needs are met, or they are addressed, or they are not left out when the disaster strike. And we think of an earthquake. Let's not even think of hurricane, because that is something you can plan and prepare for, so you have time to put money into it and thought. But if it is an earthquake, planning your drills need to include the persons with the disability to say, how do I, if there is an earthquake, move this individual or allow the alerts to be in a conspicuous place, in a place where everybody can see it, to ensure that persons can move, see and hear. Let me not say see alone. So it's see, hear, and also there are systems in place, and not necessarily machines, but systems in place that will have persons accountable for each other in movement. How do we ensure that we have signage that can adequately guide persons to where that huddle space is, where persons should be gathered? How do we ensure that everybody gets the message? How do we ensure that we can account for everyone at the end of the day? And all the different plans that you put in place when you're thinking of a disaster. If it is that you have an employee with disability, do you put them on the 7th floor or the 10th floor? Or they could be in management, so they could be on the upper floor. What are the considerations for my employee with disability? And so those are some of the, when you're thinking, you need to put in place. Not only that, I'm having staff meetings, my strategic plan for the year. How many staff meetings? How many, if I have deaf persons, how many interpreters will I need? How many Braille copies of whatever it is, documents, if it is that the person reads Braille? Or if I have computers, what systems do I need to have to ensure that there are screen readers and the information that I pass along in my office can reach each disability grouping? So it is deliberate thinking, and I know if you don't have a person with a disability, you will not think about it. For persons, and so what we find before I get there is the fact that retrofitting costs more. And that is the reason from the beginning it is important to have it in your plans from the start. Make sure that you have it there, because when you think about it later, it will cost you more. And so there are so many things, to really discuss, but allow persons with disabilities to help you to design and to keep someone accountable. That is something that is very important. We have disability inclusion, and we might say, all of us, or HR is responsible to ensure that the person with a disability is included or is taken care of. But it is not necessarily an HR alone problem or issue or matter to take care of. Leadership needs to, yes, assign it, budget for it, and ensure that there is somebody that can be held accountable
and I think
for it.
And that's so critical, because as you said, to retrofit costs more. And it's not like we have a whole heap of money. So if you're going to use it wisely. And it resonates, and I'm sure with the audience as well, that the persons have to be in the room so that they have a voice, and having someone accountable is mission critical to that. Remember when Minister Favour made her, when she spoke, she said there are 5 areas that our stakeholders are interested. Communication, I believe I heard, quality of service, access. Access is very important, and access for everyone. I recall as well, Dr. Hendricks, you had said prior that it is a right, and so could you just briefly speak on that at that strategic level, just to reinforce the point?
So disability inclusion is tied to the framework of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which Jamaica ratified 20 years ago. as the first country to sign and ratify that convention on the rights of persons with disabilities. And out of that, we have our own local legislation to give strength locally and a framework to hold our country accountable for inclusion of persons with disabilities. And so disability inclusion is not a if I want to, but it is a legislative, it is a mandate. Jamaica decided that we would include these 450,000 persons and their families. Hence, we have to ensure that we make room and space and plan to include them in our everyday, in our service excellence. Yes.
100%, of course. Professor Mansingh, what therefore must leaders now insist on to ensure our digital systems are fit for purpose? Because you spoke of the silos, you spoke of us not using the data sometimes as we should. So as we think about it and rethink about it at a strategic level, what should leaders have in the forefront to ensure their systems are fit for purpose?
Okay, now designing systems that are fit for purpose. One, like as she's pointing out, that you must design to make sure everyone is included, because if you don't put that in the design, you're in trouble afterwards. But from a country level perspective, I would say first, governance is very important. As we are adopting new technologies and thinking about putting them in place, the responsibility levels, the transparency, because trust can be easily eroded. It just takes one bad example for that trust to go down and for all the systems to then fail. So governance in technological systems is critical, and that is something we must have in place before we are implementing, or we should not be reactive. Like, for example, we're hearing the UAE story and says, oh, let's just put AI in all our systems. That's not the way to go. You have to think about what is governance processes you have, whether these systems are auditable, they are accountable, because you can't go and tell people AI did so. It is in the end a human who is making that decision. So it's not that AI is going to replace you, but there has to be making the efficiency part a little bit more, it's going to make you more efficient. So governance is critical. Then I would say capacity building is essential, because these are all new skills. Although AI has been around for 70 odd years, So even when AI was a teenager, and we were building systems in AI, governance and, was still an issue. So even though AI may have reached the age of retirement or post-retirement, because AI is probably more than 70 years old, it has now taken rebirth. It has a new life. So in this rebirth, we have to now make sure that everyone can now catch up. What it has been doing for 70 years, now people need to catch up and see what is it about. Because then we come to our data and digital infrastructure. Because we have seen we are living in times, we are living in transitioning times. There has to be a self-reliance also. So if you're going to just rely on external entities who can control all your processes, that doesn't make you very resilient. So how we are going to be designing these systems, implementing these systems, there are, again, many factors which come into play out there. So making sure that we are, sovereignty is not going to be compromised anyhow, because that can easily be compromised in these systems, and we can be held hostage for doing the tasks that we need to do for our own citizens. So that's something we have to be very careful and mindful of. And these costs are also often hidden costs. So again, there are people at ICT Authority who are aware of these issues, and they are working on these issues as they design these systems. Hence, you may find that they are not being agile enough. They are not being agile enough because they're making sure everything is in place before a system is put into use for, and includes everyone. And the fourth thing is, I think, building trust. As I said earlier, trust can go down in no time. One bad system and people have no trust in it. So how do we make, and cybersecurity, and trust is not just trust in people, trust is trusting in systems, which is also technological, and some of these tools are giving people more information that they should be having. So it becomes tricky. So it's easier for people to hack into systems. These same technological systems which look so friendly and easy to use can actually do negative and harmful things too. Yes. Just the other day, last year there was a shooting in Florida State University, and last month the wife of the person who was shot dead in the incident is suing ChatGPT because the shooter apparently had a conversation with ChatGPT asking them what will give you the best impact, and and ChatGPT told the person that you should kill some children. Now those guardrails should have been in place before these systems are released, and the sad thing is nobody is responsible for this. So, as Prudence, I always remember the sentences or these phrases which we learned when I was writing essays in science when I was a teenager, that it's a double-edged sword and it's a tiger you're holding by tail. So we must always remember that technology by itself is not the solution. Technology goes with responsible use, and for that we need many things in place, and that is something leaders need to be mindful about, that we just don't react to situations. We are being proactive and ensuring all the pillars are in place when we are thinking about implementing such systems.
Excellent, Prof, because as you said, AI is not something today. It was a teenager a long time ago, but governance, it's critical. Yes. It's critical. It's how we act responsibly, and it guides the way we go. So, Dr. Brown, the leaders, sometimes being in the field, I get the sense sometimes persons don't realize the importance of leadership development and rest maybe 80–90% of the time on their technical skills alone. But having the feedback about fatigue, and you're really having to manage a team, and then you have to think about all the implications. What is that case that you would build to say you need to strengthen this aspect of yourselves?
In fact, you just described me. A couple of years ago, I remember, in fact, and some persons in the audience might remember my story, that when I assumed the role of head of entity, I struggled, absolutely struggled, and I couldn't figure out initially why I was struggling. Because after all, I thought I knew what I was doing. I had, pretty much worked my way up. And I remember saying to one of my sisters one night, I think I'm going to have to jump ship. This thing isn't working for me. I think I made a bad choice. And she said to me, I think you need to do a leadership development program. So imagine that. I'm head of entity, never did a leadership development program. And so I recall saying to her, I'm not doing any more studying. I have a master's, I have a first degree, I have this, I have that, and I began to name it out. And she said, girl, you need to do a leadership development intervention. The long and the short of it is that, and what I've come to appreciate, we tend to promote individuals because of their technical competencies. But as we go up the ladder, we need less technical skills and we need leadership capability. And that is what I got to learn the hard way. But notwithstanding, it had propelled my passion for what we do at mine. And interestingly enough, Prudence, you hadn't joined mine then. But all of this happened back in 2005, 2006. And so when I completed my first leadership development program with the Center for Creative Leadership, I had new insights. It's for the first time I really got to appreciate what it meant to lead. And I remember coming back and asking the then Cabinet Secretary to share with me a copy of the Cabinet decision that resulted in the formation of mine. And I was intrigued when I read it, because I recognized that in mine's mandate was to develop leadership capability across this sector. And that Cabinet had made the decision then that we would start off first by treating with management training, and then in time to transition to leadership development. And of course, the rest is history. Today, we have not just a public sector learning framework that is anchored in leadership and that proposes to and will, in fact, develop leadership capability across all public sector employees, regardless of their position, regardless of the level at which they are at. But even more so, we now have a leadership development strategy that has a very structured and coordinated approach to exactly how we are going to do that, you know? So sometimes I say you have to get wet to really appreciate the value of the rain. So that's what happened for me. And it just underscores the fact that what got us here as leaders, our technical capability, cannot keep us in the role as if we are intending any at all to be successful leaders. We have to develop those leadership capabilities.
Thanks, Doc. And I remember, and it's just a reality. Without calling the entity, I recall when there are lots of heads of entities, and we have a multiplicity of those persons. And they say, even when they were in deputy positions, I recall one story when the individual said to me, Prudence, I was the deputy for about 6 years. And that still did not prepare me for sitting in that seat. And then the individual said, I couldn't look left, I couldn't look right, because nobody understood. And so the fatigue that we heard about, a part of it is that you're carrying all this weight, but how do I help myself? And so it is very, very, very critical that because it's a whole heap of stress you hold on your shoulders, you know. So to carry that, you need the requisite tools to help you to deliver on service excellence. And so, Colleen, being in the fields now as lead and the team for service excellence implementation, do you sense there is momentum hopefully going in the right direction about building resilience and learning and, you know, pivoting and becoming better? So imagine the public service before we had the policy then and now as we're going. Tell us some of what you're seeing in the fields.
Prudence, there is a lot of change that we have observed. The policy itself speaks to a change in behavior, a change in how we engage with our public when we design our services, and a change in how we manage performance. And we have noticed that our ministries, departments, and agencies they're now collecting information from their customers to determine how they move forward with the prioritizing their service improvement initiatives. We have noticed also that ministries are now looking at incorporating customer service units. It's a first that we're having this in the history of the country. We are being intentional in looking at service. We're no longer looking at service as a traditional thing, but that we are here to support our citizens.
Excellent.
And so we're also noticing that the entities that are serving customers of high volume entities, that they are now driving the whole ICT using automation to create accessibility and to provide a level of conveniences that we so desire as customers. And so I am looking forward to seeing all our ministries, departments, and agencies engaging more on the service excellence policy, institutionalizing the components within your strategic and operational plans. We talk about budgeting for these, monitoring and measuring the performance of the entities, because it's through measuring and monitoring that you get success and you see improvements.
Excellent, excellent. At least again, we're moving in the right direction. And those sustainability mechanisms that PSMD, through the Ministry of Finance as well, recognizing and rewarding and acknowledging those entities that, you know, reflect those service standards, that is also quite an applaudable area as well. So a general question to the panel. What do you think is one action that must be taken within the next 90 days to strengthen resilience? Having heard all that you hear and whatever is now becoming clearer to you, I should say, over the next 30 days, because as we know, knowledge doesn't cause change. We have to then move that along. So what do we think over the next 90 days, 3 months, is something that the team here, the audience here, needs to do to move that along? So I'm leaving it open for any other panelists to respond.
Okay, for me, for the next 90 days, the first thing is to conduct an accessibility review. See where your organization is in terms of accessibility, and include persons with disabilities as co-designers. Nothing about us without us. It was said earlier that transformation is not a goal, it's a continuous process. And so similarly, inclusion, it is not something that you complete. It is continuous improvement, continuous learning, adaptation, and ongoing practice. And so I look forward to being engaged by the ministries, agencies, and departments so that guidance can be provided and audit can be done at your facility to see where you are so that you know how you are serving the public.
Excellent. Anyone else wants to take us? Yes, Prof. Mm-hmm.
So what I would say is that, I think I said this earlier on too, capacity building will be very, very critical. I think that's something we need to focus on. And second, Ronald also touched on that, and this is probably not immediate, but it's something where the public sector needs to think is that, are the tertiary institutions being used wisely and enough? Every year, in my department, I had yesterday, last 2 days, I was marking 33 student projects. These 33 student projects were, groups of students, 4 or 5, and they dream up the project idea. Some of them are very good ideas. I will tell some people in the room out here, hey, come and see them. But it may happen by chance because I may happen to know the right person. Now, this is just one department where I had these 33 student projects, undergrad projects. I'm not even going to the postgrad people. So can we make it more intentional that there is a problem bank? Now, what happens is sometimes people come with a problem, but they wanted the solution yesterday. That can't happen in an academic institution. But what we can have is a problem bank, and we can have people working on these problems. So that for a long-term resilience, I think that's where we are going to be now just reacting, but we're going to be proacting in designing these solutions. So for me as an academic, I really want to see a better interface between public sector, between government and the tertiary institutions. It doesn't have to be just one. You can, all of them can be included. For example, when you're talking about resilience today and you're talking about urban planning, few years ago, I had a student, and I learn a lot from my students. There was a data science project, a master's project, which was about checking sponginess in a city. Now, I didn't know what that meant.
Sponginess is how much water in urbanization, so what should you do when you are designing cities to increase your sponginess so that the water gets absorbed? Now, that was like a fabulous project, which I'm sure many entities would have loved to see, but it ended up being a student project. So that is the gap that I want to really act as a bridge between academia and public sector.
Thank you very much. Yes, Doc?
And I think that what would be useful as well, and especially in light of the fact that preparedness is a leadership responsibility, And
in the blue skies, in the time of the blue skies, yes.
Is a leadership responsibility. So for me, it's, really doing a little more reflection in terms of how prepared really is my team. How really prepared is my agency, the systems within the agency, do some stress tests, so to speak, to determine that, and then now to identify where the gaps are, and to then build and strengthen those gaps, or the capability that matter to navigate those gaps.
Yes. All right, thank you very much. And there was one question about balance that I think, if based on your expertise, because we have all these compliance matters, but still we want service excellence. So based on your experience, is there a sweet spot that you dance around to get to this? What are your thoughts as we close? Mm-hmm.
Repeat the question.
Meaning the balance. So we have compliance, we have to adhere to all these policies, we have to comply to the rules, but then how do you still get service excellence in the same vein? But I do believe it's achievable because many entities have done it.
Yes.
So we hear of NHD all the time. So it's a matter of benchmarking, seeing those who have done it well, and then ensuring that we follow that blueprint.
And if I were just to add to prudence, I think it's a whole matter of adaptability, because not all the problems, not all the challenges that we face are technical challenges. No. There are some challenges we face that there's no rule book, and so we just have to be adaptable, and really work on our mindset, really understand a little bit more the whole matter of working with a system, and being very, more strategic. I remember in a recent discussion we're having with some managers, and we recognize that that's an area that really needs to be strengthened, across all tiers of leadership.
Agreed. Just to add.
Yes, Colleen.
We have to recognize that service excellence is a journey.
Yes.
We can't achieve everything all at once.
Yes. Progressive realization.
We are all at different stages of this journey. And so whatever it is that we're planning to do, we have to pace ourselves in such a way that we're able to also deliver immediately, but also continue to do incremental planning so that we're able to address across our business processes, our systems, our building of our capabilities within our entities, our leadership role in ensuring that we're institutional, our budgeting, our taking on of our modernization and transformation programs, that we are looking at where we stand, that we are incorporating this within our roadmap, and that we're making the decisions as to what is priority, and we're taking the time to deliver around those.
Excellent. So thank you. Yes, Professor Mansing.
And here I'm wearing my academic hat when I'm thinking how I would design such a roadmap. So of course there are many factors. You have the cost of decisions. Some are high cost, some are low cost, some require less data, more data, like some require tacit information, knowledge that people may have. So decisions that have to be made. I would make a matrix and and try and see which are the easy wins sometimes. Because when people can see something happening, it gives them a sense that things are progressing, because it's an evolution process. So that we have to see that some evolution has happened. So that first iteration of easy wins is very important, and that is something I think when people are making decisions, but we have to be careful that we are looking at the cost of the decisions also.
100%. So thank you very much, Professor Mansing. Thank you, Dr. Hendricks, Dr. Brown, and Mrs. Carleen McKenzie. Ladies and gentlemen, as you finish or start your lunches, thank you so much for your attention and your time. I trust the areas that you wished addressed were addressed, and the panel will be amongst you, so you can ask your questions and explore accordingly. And as we hear, it's a journey. It's a journey, and the support is here. And now you know. If you did not know, you know where to find the support. So thank you again for your time, and thank you to the panelists. A round of applause for the team.
All right, so we thank the ladies very much for engaging us in this kind of a way. The conversations, as you hear, they have to continue at the tables, in your offices, in your homes, because let's face it, we all are customers at some level. And even in the homes, we have to recognize that we have to provide service excellence at home too, because if the food don't taste good, the children are going to tell us, Mommy, that don't taste good, right? So it is about ensuring that at every level, wherever it is that we are or wherever it is that we're serving, that we're just engaging each other and listening, taking the time to listen to others, to find out what it is that they want to do. Thank you so very much. All right, so let me tell you what we're going to do, because we recognize that some of you might want to stretch your legs. I know I said that we're having a working lunch, but the way we're going to do this, if you want to go out and use the restroom, please do so. The servers are going to still be coming to the tables, and they're going to be serving. And we won't start the next session. What time is it now?
1:26.
1:26? So we won't start the next session until 10 minutes after 2, right? So at 2:10, I'm going to allow you the time, because I think it is important for you to absorb everything that has gone before we move to the next session. So I'm going to give you until 2:10 to enjoy the lunch, and then we want rapt attention when we come back. All right? So thank you so very much, ladies. Blessings to you, and thank you all so very much for sharing with us this afternoon. Put your hands together once again for our panelists. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to move into the next session. Put your hands together for the servers doing an absolutely fantastic job. Thank you so very much. They have been very, very efficient. I think they understand very much the concept of a working lunch and getting it done before we move to the next session. And I think that you can do better than that in terms of applauding them. So, as I indicated earlier, I actually do a show that focuses on farming, focuses on agriculture and fisheries and what is going on there. And earlier this morning, earlier when Mr. Jackson was doing his presentation, one of the things that jumped out at me was the fact that there are some 828 million people that are going hungry in this world. And yet there's enough food on the planet to feed all of them, all of us. Now, those two things should not be true. That makes absolutely no sense. It is also true that part of the reason we are in that position is a lack of focus on issues such as service excellence, because we have to begin to see each person as a customer. Yes? Albert Schweitzer says that we are called to serve. The young lady who came over and served Dr. Hendricks a short while ago, I must commend her. I think that is the young lady over there. Put your hands together for her and the glasses coming this way. Because she came over and she said, "Here you go, my lady. And today this is the main course. I have the main course for you. And today our special drink is cherry drink." And I'm like, that is service excellence. So put your hands together for her again so she can feel appreciated. And we must have service excellence at every level of the society. Starting in your homes, as I said earlier, where your family members, they are your first customers. And if you don't get it right, you're going to be in trouble. When my daughter first started, my mother is an excellent cook, but she can't see. She can no longer see. So when my daughter first started cooking, she would take the food to her and she would taste it and she would say, "Grandma, how it tastes?" "It can't go on." So I had to say to her, "Don't tell her it can't go on. Tell her what is missing." Because she was so good at what she was doing, you know? So, but gradually, she just learned from her, and she's also an excellent cook. So you see, we have to learn to serve each other. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are moving now into the final session for the afternoon in terms of presentations. And I'm going to invite now Mrs. Beverly Seaton Bernard to do the introduction of Ambassador Underwood. Put your hands together for her as she comes.
Good afternoon, Minister Williams and other distinguished guests. Kindly allow me to adopt the protocol that has been observed. Ambassador Joan H. Underwood is the Managing Director and Principal Consultant of Underwood Talent Development Services, Incorporated, and a recognized authority in change management, leadership development, and public sector transformation across the Caribbean. She has worked extensively with governments and regional institutions to strengthen organizational capacity and equip leaders to navigate complex institutional change. Ambassador Underwood previously served as Regional Project Manager and Lead Facilitator for the Caribbean Leadership Project, building the leadership capacity of senior civil servants across 12 CARICOM member states. She has also contributed significantly to public sector modernization as a senior consultant with the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, and served as Antigua and Barbuda's non-resident ambassador to Latin America and Chief Implementation Officer in the Office of the Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Winston Baldwin Spencer. A ProSci certified change practitioner, ATD designated master trainer, and certified HR organizational development practitioner, Ambassador Underwood specializes in executive coaching, strategic human resource management, and organizational development. She also serves as adjunct lecturer at the Management Institute of National Development and the UWI Sagicor Cave Hill School of Business and Management. In 2023, she became the first recipient of the Regional HR Champion designation from the HR Management Association of Trinidad and Tobago in recognition of her outstanding contribution to human resource management across the region. Kindly help me welcome Dr. Ambassador Underwood.
Just tell me when to show up to pick up the honorary doctorate, okay? I stand on the protocols that have already been established. And if you permit me so to do, I will say simply, brothers and sisters, leaders, it's good to be amongst you again. So, Carleen McKenzie called me and she said, we have our Service Excellence Conference coming up again. And I wonder if you'd be interested and available. And then she gave me this mouthful of a topic. Now, in commissioning this presentation, she indicated that she wanted evidence-based recommendations. And so I decided, well, if I come from a scientific background, my first career was in healthcare. So when we're talking about evidence-based, I said, well, I have to do some research. And if Jamaicans want evidence-based recommendations, the research should be done in Jamaica. Sounds reasonable, right? So that is the context in which I decided to do some primary research. So I will begin the presentation by sharing with you the design for the research that was conducted. I will share with you just highlights of the findings. That's because I know you want to get home before the Kingston traffic. However, there is a comprehensive report which I will be presenting to Carleen after I make this brief presentation to you, so that the full richness of the information that we gleaned through the survey can be available to you. I'm going to share some of the analysis of the findings and 4 out of the 10 recommendations that we made. So you'll have to see the full report to get the other recommendations, because I wanted to leave time for us to have a conversation about this research which came from you. So again, to go into the purpose of the research. So when Carleen reached out to me and they gave me a fabulous brief, I don't know who wrote that brief, but they did an exceptional job. A lot of times as consultants, when the clients say what they want, you have to have several follow-up conversations to really get to the heart of it. But this brief, I didn't even have to ask them one question. So it indicated that they wanted to highlight how the well-being of public servants influences the effectiveness of service delivery, both during and after a crisis. So that was the first purpose outlined. Additionally, this is the evidence-based part now. They wanted to present evidence to support the contention that psychosocial resilience and organizational culture are essential components for effective crisis response and recovery. So having understood the why of the research, I then asked permission to conduct a survey, and that permission was readily granted. And so the same brief also posed 5 questions around which I then designed the survey instrument. So the 5 questions posed related to how the resilience of individual public servants impact institutional level resilience. And we've heard in the speakers already today pronouncements about that relationship, that it is essential for the people who provide excellent service for themselves to be resilient in order for the institutions to be resilient. But that was a question we put to the survey respondents. We also explored the essential role of staff in meeting your service excellence objectives as enshrined in your service excellence policy. Another research question explored the impact of empathetic leadership, clear communication, and visible support systems. How do these variables, the empathetic leadership, the clear communication, and the visible support system, how do they impact workforce resilience and the continuity of service delivery under the pressure of a crisis or a natural disaster? Ron is gone, so I can say natural disaster because he tells us that nothing goes all right. They also asked that we explore psychological safety considerations for public servants during a time of crisis. Do public servants feel psychologically safe to share their vulnerability without reprisal? And the final research question, how psychosocial considerations can be integrated into disaster preparedness. So again, based on these 5 questions, a survey was designed. Now, the survey was sent to all the MDAs that are participating in the Service Excellence Program. We asked respondents to self-identify as either first responders or not. And for those who identified as first responders, there was a sequence of questions that dealt specifically with their dual burden. So to be out there in the heart of the storm, and we mentioned Melissa specifically for obvious reasons. So they had a dual burden of, in the heat of it, being out there, providing excellent service, while dealing with their home situations and the realities associated with that. So they had a special series of questions about that, and I'll share the results a little later on. Then, along with the general staff, they answered another series of questions, so we got information about demographics, about organizational support, leadership within the respective MDAs, the connection as they experienced it between well-being and service excellence. We asked them about their psychosocial challenges, and we asked them what support they required. Now, I said that we sent the survey to all the MDAs participating in the Service Excellence Program. We received responses, and I should say we left the survey open for a very narrow period. It was just 3 days because we had to have the results ready to share with you today. So the survey went out on April 27th, and it remained open until April 30th. But we did get significant responses in that time. And this chart shows the distribution of the 13 MDAs which were represented in the survey respondents. So we see that the majority came from a cluster that we have tagged emergency and disaster management. So 36% of the responses came from that cluster. The next most frequent cluster is social services and health, with 27% of the MDA responses, infrastructure and utilities with 21%, and then the final cluster, economic and environment, accounting for 15% of the responses. I should mention that we had a total of 115 responses just in that short period when the survey was open. And I will be sharing with you from all 115. However, in the technical report, because we wanted to have some statistical rigidity to that analysis, we actually removed some of the responses from the data set. Here's why. In response to the question whether you are a first responder or not, some people said they didn't know. So because we didn't know how to categorize their responses, we removed them from the statistical analysis. We also removed any responses which weren't complete, because we didn't want the data to be distorted in any way. So that took our universal set from 115 down to 66. And I'll share, if you are interested, I can share more details, but the full methodology, again, is outlined in the full technical paper. All right, so we've shared the number of MDAs that were involved. Also, in terms of the demographics, we asked about staffing levels. And you'll see, as expected, the majority of the respondents were line staff. That accounted for 40% of the respondents self-identified as line staff, 37% as middle management, 13% as senior management, and just under 10% as executive leadership. So the distribution is as you would expect it to be: more line staff, little less supervisors, little less managers, etc. So we thought this is good representation of the profile that would appear in the public service. So I mentioned this question before. Are you a first responder? So 21% of the respondents self-identified as first responders. As I mentioned, we had some folks who said they weren't sure if they were first responders or not. So the data sets that went through the rigorous statistical analysis would just be the yes and no folks. Okay? Any questions so far about the design of the research? No? Okay. All right, so highlighting the findings now. And I have to tell you, I was fascinated and concerned by what we heard. And we've heard some of it here in the room today, okay? So, in response to the question, to what extent do you agree with this statement? During a national emergency, I experienced intense conflict between my personal recovery needs and my professional duty. That question was posed only to the first responders. 50% of them either agreed or strongly agreed that they experience intense conflict. Okay? So half of first responders are going about their duties carrying intense conflict. Next, we asked, again, just first responders, how often do you feel emotionally drained or stressed after assisting citizens who have been severely affected by a natural disaster? 30% said usually or always, and another 50% said sometimes. It was only 20% that said either rarely or never. So people, 80% of the first responders are they feel emotionally drained, right? So they have the intense conflict, and even more of them saying, it drains me, okay? Next, from here on now, it's not just the first responders anymore, it's everybody. So these questions were posed to everybody. We asked them about the organizational support and about the leadership within their respective MDAs. 22% agree that the physical needs of first responders are adequately addressed by their agency following a natural disaster. And if we do the math, if only 22% saying that first responders' emotional needs are adequately addressed, 78% of them are saying, no, they're not. More than 3/4 of the respondents, okay? 25% agree that they feel psychologically safe. Remember what we said the psychological safety is. They feel safe to admit that they're struggling and that there won't be any repercussions for admitting that. Only 1/4 agreed with that. So again, 75% of the respondents say, I don't feel safe to admit that I'm struggling because I think there may be adverse consequences to my sharing that vulnerability. 22% feel confident that their MDA provides adequate psychological and mental health support during and immediately after a disaster. Okay. Yeah. Continuing on with the questions related to organizational support, 22% of respondents agree that the physical needs, we dealt with emotional needs before, the physical needs of first responders are adequately addressed by their agency. So we're not taking care of them emotionally, and we're not taking care of their physical needs as they take care of the physical needs of the nation. Only 25% agree that they feel no, did that one already? Yeah, okay. So top 3 areas identified as, you see, when you have to wear readers, the switching in between, so I have to decide where we're looking, because I can see that fine. So let me go with this for now. The top 3 areas identified as the most neglected in addressing the needs of first responders. And this is not just the first responders talking, this is all respondents talking. So the top 3 needs coming in with 74% of the respondents selecting this: opportunities for rest and recuperation. Where's the lady from the parents? Oh, you moved to confuse me. So when I heard you say this morning, I said, I hope you're going to be around when we get the results, because this is exactly what you were telling us. Okay? 3/4 of them say, listen, the most important thing you can do for us, give us some time off. Yeah. And remember, they're dealing with both the emotional and the physical toll that this service takes on them. And then emotional and psychological support came in at a very close second, with 68% of respondents selected that. So we gave them a menu of options and told them, pick what you think would be the most important. And there was, of course, an other category so that they could fill in something that we didn't have in the list. Financial assistance or compensation came in at a distant third. So you see, it's not even about the money for the most part. People just want a little rest and a little empathy, and, you know. All right. Now, as leaders, and this is why I deliberately addressed you as such when I started, right? Only 28% agree that their MDA's leadership actively demonstrates empathy and understanding related to their personal challenges. Ouch. Ouch. That's not excellent service to the people that exactly. All right? So if they're not getting empathy, but yet we expect them to extend empathy to the public, you understand why, you know, it's kind of rough. So continuing on with organizational support and leadership, so we asked them, you know, what's the top intervention that could make things better for you? Then we also asked them, tell us about the most impactful support that you can get. And not surprisingly, it's rest, decompression time. 49% of respondents selected that. And look at what came in number 2. Guaranteed communication channels to check on my family. They're not asking for much, are they? The folks in finance not going to chase you away about this. Okay? And the third one, clearer, more decisive directives from senior leadership. And we're going to delve more deeply into that because it's very interesting. Okay? So 2 of those actually relate to communication. No cost interventions. So we can do better. Okay? Next. So again, this is to all respondents. To what extent does your personal psychological well-being directly dictate your ability to deliver excellent service to the public? 65% said a lot or a great deal. But then look what the rest said. Okay? Another 17% said a moderate amount, 6% said a little, and 12% people said doesn't affect me at all. So 18% said a little or not at all, and everybody else say yes. My personal well-being dictates the quality of service that I deliver. And it only makes sense, we're humans. Okay? Next up, to what extent do you agree with this statement? Institutional resilience is impossible without first securing the psychological resilience of the workforce. We heard about this morning. 70% of respondents either agree or strongly agree with this. And if you notice, these 2 are closely related, right? 65% saying my personal well-being impacts the service I deliver, and 70% said institutional resilience begins with my own resilience. Okay? This is not data that can or should be ignored. All right? So that's the snippet of the findings. Like I said, the full report will have a lot more detail. So let's analyze what we just went through. And what I found that we have one team with 2 realities. There's some shared realities, but there's some distinctions as well. So let's go through those. So this is the sameness of it. And what we're seeing in this particular chart, the results about the question about well-being, so my personal well-being affects the service that I deliver. There was no difference whatsoever between the results of first responders versus general staff. And they were all skewed extremely to the right. So both the mode and the median score was the highest possible answer, which is a great deal. Okay? So they were consistent, whether first responders or general staff. My personal well-being, to a great extent, affects the quality of service. The one you see in the middle is a question about recovery time. And the specific question was, in the aftermath of a natural disaster, how long does it typically take for your personal stress levels to return to a manageable baseline? Manageable baseline. We're not saying that you're stress-free, okay? And the average response, both mode and median, was 1 to 2 weeks. Okay? Which I thought was good, because there was one option that said, I still stress all now, so. And some people chose it. And with 6 months post. Okay? The third column is the one about resilience. So institutional resilience is predicated on individual resilience. And again, they chose the highest level of agreement, and mode and median the same across first responders as well as general staff. So this is the sameness. Now we come to the difference. So they're both experiencing stress, both experiencing angst. But when we ask them about the why of it, that's where we saw a divergence. So I'll draw your attention to the right of the screen. First off, those are the first responders. So the most common source of stress for first responders was that conflict between family and duty. Not surprising there again. And the second most common reported source of stress, they need some rest. Again, not surprised there. If we look at the lighter shade of blue now, these are the general staff, their greatest source of stress, and this caught me by surprise, their greatest source of stress is what, for the purpose of discussion, I'm referring to as role ambiguity. Essentially, they were saying, we don't know what we're supposed to be doing. We have to show up for work, but we get there and we don't know what we're supposed to be doing, right? And that is stressing them out, especially when you think that they could be home taking care of problems there, right? And the full technical report includes the responses to the open-ended questions. People say things like, I feel invisible, I feel useless, right? And so these are the factors that are driving this stress response. So that was the number one, the role ambiguity. The second most stressful thing for general staff is the lack of empathy from leaders. So both of those lie firmly within the responsibility of the leaders, because the role clarity has to come from the leadership and the empathy has to come from the leadership. Okay? Aristotle says self-awareness is the beginning of wisdom. So the research is providing the self-awareness, and it's up to us now to determine if we proceed wisely. All right. I picked out 2 quotations to share with you to illustrate the types of things that the folks were saying to support their concerns. So the first responders, one respondent said, I can't focus on the public if I'm worried about my roof or my family. What a powerful statement. How you refute that? Okay. General staff, talking about the role clarity. Tell me exactly what is expected so I don't feel useless or overwhelmed. That's a reasonable request. So remember I told you that my wonderfully prepared brief had 5 questions in it. So I'm going to speak to those 5 questions now again by superimposing the findings that you've just seen. So question 1, how does human resilience support institutional resilience? Well, you heard them say, if I am not resilient, the institution can be resilient. But look at some stats that speak to how despite that, some of them are still pushing through. So with our first responders, 62% of them reported personal household damage, right? They were affected by the storm. 62%. 100% though came to work and stayed at work, including the 62% whose homes were damaged. However, 58% of them said, it's stressing me out, the fact that I'm not in touch with what's happening back at home. But they stayed on the job and they did the work. Next question, how do we acknowledge that staff are internal customers who also require excellent service? Because we have the charter and we focus on the standards that constitute service excellence for the external customers. But what constitutes service excellence for our internal customers? And so I kind of snuck in a recommendation here. I don't know if you saw that. Oh, I forgot to. So I'm suggesting that you have a charter, an internal charter now, to deal with resilience of staff. Okay? Next question. What is leadership's role in workplace support? And the folks have made it clear, they're not asking for a lot of stuff. They're asking for clarity, the general staff, and the first responders say, give me a chance to take care of my people, right? And myself, some rest too. So how is psychological safety relevant to the post-disaster public service resilience? And sneaking in another recommendation here, we do audits for other things. Why don't we audit the psychological safety? And I want to move away from my primary research here because if you remember from last year, I like to talk about the Gallup State of the Global Workplace Report. Okay, so it's out, right? And for some reason, Jamaica didn't have enough responses this year for them to do the breakout for you. However, based on the average of the last data for Jamaica, employee engagement is at 30%. I left my notes down there for this part. Employee engagement is at 30%. So you're better than the global average, but I'm sure you're not happy about 30%. Okay? What do we mean? Yeah, this notebook. What do we mean by employee engagement? Engaged employees, thank you, are predisposed to go above and beyond, to give you discretionary effort. 30% of the Jamaicans who participated in the Gallup poll said they were predisposed to go above and beyond. But we see our first responders going above and beyond, right? Okay. So 30% engagement. Gallup also, in their survey, asks, to what have you experienced to a significant level these emotions within the past 24 hours? Let me say that again. Within the past 24 hours, have you experienced to a significant extent these emotions? So not just a fleeting thing. it was on you for a significant portion of the day. First one, stress. Jamaicans, 35%. The good news is that Latin America and the Caribbean, the average is 43%. So Jamaicans less stressed than the Latin American Caribbean average. But still, more than 1/3 of Jamaican workers saying, within the last 24 hours, I spent a considerable amount of time feeling stressed. Okay? And these people were at work when they did the survey. So they're not home because they're stressed, they're on the job. Feeling angry, 24%. Feeling sad, 26%. So we have stressed, angry, sad people showing up to work, and we're asking them to deliver excellent service. And they're not getting any empathy from their leadership. Yeah? So, and they don't feel safe to admit. Remember, because they don't feel they have psychological safety. So they're just keeping all that inside their head. How are psychosocial elements relevant to the public service? Okay. We talk about business continuity. What about some human continuity plans? Ron told us earlier about the importance of systems, but he also said that people operate within the system. So you can have the most beautiful, most efficient, most effective system in the world. If you don't have people to operate it, it don't make no sense. All right, so soon done. Policy recommendations. All right, something else that I wanted to flag for your attention is that there are essentially two types of recommendations that we got from the survey respondents. They're what I'm calling operational enablers, so those are the more technical, infrastructural type things, and then we have psychosocial stabilizers. I'm not even reaching high. I'm not asking for, wonderfully, just stabilize. And then when we get there, it's a continuous improvement. Once we get stabilization, then we can look to take it to the next level. So those are the two categories. And so those that fall in the category of operational enablers relate to communication. And so I've used an image of the satellite phone to remind me what I'm supposed to talk about here. So that's part of the communication, but that's not the only aspect. Because remember, they said they want to hear from their leaders too. If you're in the building with them, you don't need a satellite phone. Okay? Second one, potable water and fuel, because they spoke about access to water, access to fuel, and transportation problems. Okay, so that was to remind me to mention those in there. You see the gasoline cans. So those were the top three things that were mentioned that we put in the category of operational enablers. When we come to the psychosocial stabilizers now, and like I said, there are 10 recommendations in total contained in the full report. I'm just sharing some of them with you to stimulate discussion, I hope. And my number one relates to the human continuity planning. I don't know what it looks like, but let's start a conversation about it, is what I'm saying. Okay? So institutionalize human continuity planning in the form of an internal service charter. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not either business continuity or human continuity, it's and. How do we integrate the two? Next, eliminate the role ambiguity or operational fog by developing crisis role profiles. And this is part of building the system that Ron spoke to us about. And these are not in order of importance, because if so, this one would be first. Implement family safety nets to help address first responders' conflict between duty and family. Deciding to serve your country as a first responder should not automatically translate into not being able to take care of your loved ones. And finally, incorporate psychological safety audits into the service excellence competitions and standard MDA reporting. Make the leaders accountable for this as one of their KPIs. What gets measured gets done. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is the journey that we've just made. We started out by looking at the purpose of the research as commissioned by PSMD. I shared with you the approach I adopted in conducting the research. We looked at highlights of the research findings. Some of the analysis, a much deeper dive, is in the technical paper, and concluded with a few policy recommendations. So, my closing thought before I open up for questions is that the research is important, the analysis is important, the discussion is important, thinking about what you heard is important, but none of that will change anything. Action is what will change things. And with that, I invite questions.
All right, so that reminded me of, as you're rounding out Nadine Sutherland's action, not a bergamot. All right, so questions? Listen to me, I'm in shock. First of all, let me fix my shoes, because I just jumped up from the, have a seat and fix the back of these shoes. First of all, I'm just fascinated by the fact, Ambassador, that you took the time, having received your assignment, to go out and do research to come and make a presentation. Put your hands together for that. That alone deserves a round of applause. And then, to ferret out all of that information that I know has many of us very shocked in this room, but not surprised, because we can see among ourselves in the offices each day that our people are under stress and they're under pressure. The question then is, how do we actionize what we have learned today so that people get the assistance that they need without feeling that they're being judged? Is there a way that we can do it? Is it to the human resource department that we should be looking? Is it a small group kind of counseling thing that you should be doing? It might be, we might hear that it's too expensive to do one-on-one, but how can we engage our organization in a way that allows for people to get the kind of assistance that they need? And perhaps, I don't know if you have any answer to that particular kind of question. How do we get people the help they need?
All right. No, I don't have the answer, because I think it has to come from consultation with your people. One thing I would caution against, though, is parking it in HR. Every people leader needs to take responsibility, ownership of this.
All right, and I figure that there are questions, so put your hands up and we will meet you wherever it is that you are. All right, so let me head over here. I'm going to take questions. Oh, that's Evan. I'll come to you shortly, Evan.
Thanks for that information you gave us. But one of the things that I think we should understand, what is the definition of leadership? And if we can define the definition of leadership, then we're able to influence a lot of people. What is your definition of leadership? Mine is a process of influencing one in order to accomplish mission and task. And you have to have a certain trait before you can do that. So if you understand that concept, you're able to have a better result with your staff. You're able to lead them much better because they understand where you come from, because it comes with certain traits. It comes with integrity, it comes with loyalty and all that good stuff. So if you have that trait, you can automatically, subconsciously influence everybody without having an adversarial, questionable command. That makes sense to you? So we have to understand the definition of leadership is a process of influencing one in order to accomplish mission and task. That covers the broad base of that. Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Thank you very much.
Completely understand and appreciate that perspective.
All right, let us go over to Evan.
Hi, Kerry Wallace, Executive Director of Tourism Enhancement Fund. Let me just start by commending you for doing the research on the particular Jamaican situation, because I've seen so many research from overseas not being applicable to Jamaica. So I want to commend you for that. And continuing on that vein, I just wanted to see if the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, for putting on, let me thank them for putting on this conference, but also to consider that the resources we have today in terms of social media, videos that can be shared and so on, how much can we take the best practices or even the psychosocial solutions and almost the therapeutic solutions, if any of them can be in videos online, that can be then a resource center that leaders of public bodies can then use in the event of crises and so on. We'll be able to pull from that, not necessarily share directly with the staff members, but to have the one-on-one. But we would have kind of learned ourselves quickly, whether it's whatever phases of the recovery or the stress impact, we will know the appropriate ones to then apply. Basically I'm just saying let's use technology to provide us with the resources to do a better job at providing the empathy, providing all the solutions that you're recommending here. Thank you.
Great suggestion. And access is what came to mind as I listened to you. And so, Doc, I know that you will say that, whatever means is necessary to ensure that there's universal access.
May I take the question from Evan first, because he was ahead of you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I'm Evan Thompson. I'm Meteorological Service. Our service is more involved with the monitoring, of course, and preparing for impact of certain meteorological hazards. And so I have been mostly preoccupied with where my staff is concerned with how prepared are they before they implement all the procedures that must be done as the country prepares and as we inform about the impacts, the possible impacts of hurricanes and other hazards like that. So it's more like, were they able to put aside the food products that they might need when they are having to deal with this event, or whether their roofs are secured before the impact. So it's not so much whether they were impacted and therefore able to deliver after the impact, but how are they in terms of providing the kind of support that is needed before impact. So I don't know how much you think that the results of the survey would be skewed where that is concerned. Your opinion?
I'm going to push back hard on you, right? I hear you, I understand you, and it's an important distinction for moving forward with planning how to address the problem. But the fact that there's stress after the fact, it don't matter the source of the stress, we need to help them to deal with it. But as part of the SOP in terms of how you prepare, and Ron told us about it, it's not just what you do after the fact The preparation is so important. So that may be something that within your organization, given that you've identified this very specific and very real situation with it, you don't need to wait for anything else to start to have the conversation with them about how do you mitigate that particular risk, given their vulnerability. I'm going back to Ron's language again now. Because remember, he said, it's the hazard, Ron, tell me if I get it wrong, is the hazard meeting up with the vulnerability that causes the problem. So you know there's a vulnerability because of their official duties leading up to the climatic event. So how do you mitigate their exposure given that reality?
I'm a little bit curious in terms of the question that you asked, Evan, whether or not it is, in terms of that inadequacy of preparation, is it that they themselves, they might not have enough time to do what needs to be done because they're focused on the rest of us, and whether or not it is that perhaps for these first responders, which your team are first responders, should we have a team that is assisting them as well because they're assisting us? So I don't know if that makes sense.
So conversations that can be had.
Yes, sir, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Garth Williams from the Passport, Immigration and Citizenship Agency. I want to go to the part about persons needing rest because they're tired. And I want to draw on something Ron said earlier this morning about creating systems where you can find a way to get under the shade at some times and come back in the game. True story. Immediately after burial, the very next day, the headline in the Jamaica Observer said, "Government is open for business." My office had 9 customers there before I even have staff said they want same-day passport that morning. Now, in Melissa, right after Melissa, we did similar. We're open for business because the airports need to be the first place for relief supplies to come. And I had staff who stayed in the airport during, and they couldn't contact their family, especially those in the West. Now, the government policy allows for staff who are not able to turn up to work on the day and maybe even the day after. It's not taking out of their sick leave or anything like that. So I think that's a step in the right direction. Beyond that, though, in terms of needing rest, the policy framework perhaps doesn't allow a great deal of latitude beyond the first couple of days when you're not able to come to work and it's not taking out of your sick leave. So I have staff, 200 out of 600 in the West, who suffered significant damage in Melissa. And guess what? Some of them were helping each other and they were turning up to work and they were taking their clothes to the airport to be ironed to show up for work even though they didn't have roof. So I kind of want the research to go a little wider to also show instances where that kind of resilience that we saw and the empathy that was actually shown to show what that can look like. Because I saw colleagues in the West, when there was no gasoline, take a jug, walk to the gas station to get fuel so that they could come back to work the next day. And we had to do some things as an organization to facilitate that. So I think we need to show also where the empathy showed up, where where it worked, and show what it can look like. So we see both sides.
Thank you for that. And definitely, yes, definitely there's scope to expand on what we did in the 3 days with the survey. However, in the full technical report, like I said, it includes the answers to the open-ended questions. So we do get some of those stories being told. And again, look at the stats with the first responders, with the percentage that suffered damage, and 100% of them were still on the job, right? So yes, but it's important to continue to explore this. This is not meant to be a definitive work, but rather to give some data to get the conversations going with the expressive objective, because remember, it's action that changes things, to get the conversations going so that we can move towards specific interventions.
All right, we have a question from this side.
Good afternoon, Ambassador, colleagues. Damian Cox, Access to Information Unit. I think one of the things I would like us to think about is for psychosocial, looking at where the team members are at across the public sector, perhaps maybe a survey every 3 years, because we're talking in the context of hazards. But from my own experience, there are a lot of psychosocial issues and challenges facing workers outside of the issue of hazards, and even leaders who are empowered or empower themselves with some sort of skill sets to try and address some of that. We don't have the full capabilities to address some of the issues that some team members may face. And when the hazards do happen, those underlying issues, psychosocial issues that were present throughout regular times become even more significant when a hazard occurs and impacts upon our ability to be resilient, because then everything now becomes even greater in terms of a challenge.
Put on top of put.
Yes. I think there's a question here, but while we're getting the microphone to her, so we can separate public and private sector as well, because I work in media. And I think for the most part, some of us would consider ourselves first responders as well, because when you are in media, it means that you have to be reporting on what is going on. So take, for example, the duties that I had as part of that Hurricane Melissa response meant spending a week and a half away from my home. My mother is blind, she's at home. And so I wonder how the private sector should deal with these kinds of issues as well. Because we too are impacted, sometimes you don't even stop and think about how it is that you are internalizing some of this and dealing with some of these kinds of issues. And so perhaps I'm thinking that maybe it's a national survey that needs to be done that captures information generally on how people do when they are put in these kinds of situations. Let's take the question.
Yeah, no problem. Yes.
Go ahead.
No, I just had an observation. No, but they know already. I'm Casey. Have an observation. There is a subtle suggestion that resilience is almost the juxtaposition of psychosocial or psychological wear and tear. The truth is, if the government of the day says go back to work after a disaster like the one we experienced, and you have been impacted, that is tied to your survival. So you're going to find every way to make sure you go back to work. So that would include going to the airport to iron your clothes and so on, because you can't afford to lose your livelihood on top of what you've just experienced. But that doesn't negate the fact that even while you're doing that, and someone might say, oh, you're so resilient, that you have psychosocial, psychological wear and tear. You're doing what you have to because you're in survival mode. So we have to be careful lest we're suggesting that there's one or the other. I can bounce back, but it doesn't mean, given the fact, listen, psychosocial means, you're so right, past unresolved experiences that impact you emotionally, socially, spiritually, and mentally. Okay, so he's correct when he says you have these things that are unresolved, and here comes a disaster on top of that. It doesn't mean all of that is not happening in the background, but I still have to push because my survival is tied to my ability to work. I need to still provide. I'm getting, it's almost a subtle suggestion that bouncing back, resilience means you're not experiencing any psychological wear and tear. It's not so. Just an observation.
And thank you for sharing that, because as I listen to you and juxtapose that with the feedback about psychological safety, you can see that we may, yeah. So.
All right. I have one over here. This is generating quite a bit of interest. I have two over here.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm just making a suggestion. So with employee engagement being at 30%, it is obvious that head of MDAs do not feel as if they have the autonomy or they do not to do better, or they don't care about our psychosocial needs. So my suggestion is that through the PSMD, for you, Ambassador Underwood, to have audience with the Ministry of Health and Wellness, if you could share with them the recommendations from this very comprehensive report for possible action, and to at least to get adequate health coverage for public sector workers who would like to seek help for themselves. So for example, you know, to see the psychologist and some of those unique services that would help us to feel happy and to feel safe, you know, at least those benefits could reflect differently in our coverage so that for ourselves and our family, we could, you know, take better care of ourselves. Thank you. All
right, thank you very much.
For the record, I don't know the young lady, so I did not commission her to look any work for me.
All right, hold on. Let me take a couple more from here.
Good afternoon, Ambassador. Very good presentation, and I like the fact that it was anchored in empirical evidence. And I wanted just to say that I listened with interest, and I wanted to beg the question, while we have all onboarded service excellence, and all our head of entities would have participated in the service excellence training, it is quite surprising that we have this kind of disconnect. 90% of the head of entities didn't respond to a survey. Is that telling? And then we heard that of the team members, 72% felt that their leaders don't have no empathy. And at the same time, Jamaica is the second happiest country in the English-speaking Caribbean. How are we to bridge the gap? Is it that we're taking a situation where we just joke the thing out? That's exactly what happened. Well, Althea is saying that is exactly what is happening. I can't say it like how Althea said it, but yes, that. And then we heard Dr. Ruby Martin's own experience in terms of leadership and the deputy leader in moving up. How are we bridging the gap? Because clearly it is suggesting that there is something happening in the leadership fraternity where persons who aspire to that level or are within the senior management and line, really there is some kind of disconnect. And if we don't find a way to bridge the gap, then perhaps the service excellence program could be at risk because it's being led by the persons who may not be the decision makers. So Kathy was before you, Doc, so I'm going to give Kathy and then...
Okay, just before Kathy, if I could, I just want to speak a word of caution in terms of interpretation, right? And the question was asked, the first person who spoke about who is a leader, what is a leader. So going back to the Gallup stats about 30% engagement, Something else that Gallup has said, based on its research finding, is that 70% of the variation in employee engagement is directly attributable to the manager, not the ultimate leader, the person to whom you report. Okay? And so when we say leader, I don't want us to think that automatically is the head of entity.
That's right.
So that's just the one caveat I wanted to insert there.
Might I suggest as well that we need to remember that the leaders themselves are going through the crisis as well.
Thanks, good afternoon. I also like the evidence-based approach. I really was intrigued. And it made me think of an observation I made after Melissa speaking to a number of persons share, and I think it's something that we can give thought to as we continue to look at solutions around this particular topic. A number of persons were saying to me, because the hurricane didn't take place or it didn't have a massive impact in Kingston and St. Catherine, they felt like the systems and the support that existed didn't necessarily sufficiently cater to them. Persons were saying, but my family is on that side, or there's somebody who I can't account for. Different, and for some of them, they didn't have anybody, but they are saying, I was shaken by the experience, just by observation. And so I think that is something that we can give consideration to in terms of the support for those who are directly impacted, but also for persons who may be far removed physically.
All right, thank you so very much. Let me go to Doc.
Right. So, a very fundamental truth that I got to appreciate over time, and I think that is what we are trying to reset, is the whole notion of who is a leader. And you'd have heard me mention earlier in the panel discussion that under the public sector learning framework, there is a leadership development strategy. Interestingly enough, the leadership development strategy was actually developed before the public sector learning framework, but then we saw that it was necessary to anchor it under the framework. But the essence of the framework is the philosophy that every single public officer is a leader. In fact, every single person is a leader. So at home, you will see the children, the kids. I see my grandson taking charge, depending on the situation. The difference here with the public service is that it is not just a recognition that we can all lead from where we are regardless of our title, but we have established a framework to do that. And so once this strategy is implemented, every single public officer, regardless of what you do, whether you're the PS or whether or not you are the sanitation officer, and that's what I'm going to call the person who, make sure the facilities are maintained, they will appreciate and will be developed to recognize that they can lead from wherever they are. This is intentional. Because so often we sit in settings like these and we hear reports like, as we did, and we hear leaders or the leadership, and we automatically make we put our minds in the place that says, oh, that is not me and the people up here, so, right? And the reality is that we can lead from where we are. And we're going to intentionally develop those leadership capabilities. A simple leadership capability that we're going to be developing is reflection. That is what we were being tasked here today to do, just to reflect. And so even as we think about the data that was shared, we can reflect from our own space. What can I do differently? How can I show up differently for my team? Because yes, some of us might not have been affected by Melissa, but we have our own disasters, within our units, within our ministries, within our departments, within our agencies. You know, we hurt each other professionally from time to time, right? And nothing is as painful as that is and can affect how we turn up and deliver service, you know? So again, what I want to leave with is that we all are leaders. We lead from where we are, and the public service is intentional about that. In fact, we have a leadership philosophy. I don't know where Keynote is in the room. He delivers that well. But we are going to intentionally develop all our capabilities so we can lead effectively from where we are, no matter what the stress is, whether or not it's a natural hazard or whether or not it's a professional hazard, whatever it is. Just want us to walk away, if nothing else, that those capabilities are going to be intentionally built across our sector.
Thank you, Dr. Ruby. And we're going over to Dr. Hendrickson now.
Thank you so very much. As I reflected, very good research and presentation. And as I reflected on what you were saying, I thought to share maybe an experience for us at the Council for Persons with Disabilities. We're in Kingston, our head office, and our team there sprang into action because thinking and knowing people with disabilities are in the West. Nobody's going to reach them. We have to go. And they just kept going until I had to say, no, stop. You cannot do this to yourself because you are going to wear out. We have to begin now to roster how we do this, and that is what we did. And so perhaps that is a way to manage situations such as these, as it was said earlier, you know, that rostering. Because you do have people who will go, even when, you know, they are impacted. And so, and a recommendation to the transformational team regarding the Service Excellence Award, to add disability inclusion as part of, as one of the criteria, so that we can begin to, I don't want to say integrate, begin to immerse disability inclusion in the public sector. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Hendrickson. There's a suggestion that came as well about doing gap analyses and making sure that those are frequent enough that they are impactful.
Yeah.
All right, do we have another? One final question or comment?
We have a hand over.
All right, let me just run over here. And this is going to be the last one, or we're going to spend the rest of the time in the room. I mean, I know that we love each other, you know, but we have other things to do, right?
Thank you. I'm Levar. I'm with Ministry of National Security and Peace.
Okay.
Yes, I'm Levar. I'm with Ministry of National Security and Peace. Now, this question might have been answered before in a previous answer, but here goes. So in MDAs or agencies, branches or units with very concentrated and centralized authority structures where there's little empathy from leadership or psychosocial support from leadership, how do we ensure accountability for human continuity planning and implementation, and what can employees do to get the support they need within their work environment?
Great question.
I love it because he's picking up on what you spoke about in terms of human continuity.
Indeed. So my role here today was to hold the mirror up so that you could see yourselves reflected in the data, and to suggest that the conversation continues with the view towards finding definitive answers to the questions such as what you've posed. Yes? So I'm looking at Maria, and while I was presenting, she was not in plenty. Okay then. So she's on it. All right, well, thank you for the question. And at this point, I would like to call on Principal Director.
So it's the official presentation of the document.
Okay, I'm going to take some liberty now, right? So it was an absolute pleasure working on this project. Thank you for trusting me to investigate this matter for you and for the rest of the government and people of Jamaica. And I have presented 2 printed bound copies. I will also be emailing you the technical report as well as the raw data. And I sincerely hope that the conversation doesn't end here. All right, from the Q&A, we can see that it's a really meaningful, important, concerning piece of research. And so I really do hope that the conversations will continue, but like I said, action changes things. And if there's any way I can continue to support you in the work, please know that I'm not looking extra work, I'm just saying I'm willing to support you and I really hope that the information will be disseminated beyond the people who were in the room here today. All right? And thank you to all the folks who took the time to respond to the survey, because we did get good responses.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ambassador Joan Underwood. All right, so we just have, I'm sure you can do better than that, you know, because after that robust conversation that you had a while ago, very, very important. Let me turn off this microphone as I make my way up. All right, so very, very important topic and issues covered here today. I think we have all been challenged to take a look at what it is that we're doing in our organizations. We've been challenged to take a look at what we're doing personally, and then to move beyond just having conversations into making the research active. Because as Ambassador Underwood says, it's one thing to get the information, it's another now to make sure that you actionize and you put into practice what it is that we have discovered or we have spoken about here today. We have just a few issues to cover before we get out of here. May I invite McKenna McLennan to come forward? McKenna? Thank you. Put your hands together for her as she comes. And do you have an assistant? Yes, you need an assistant. Based on what I'm calling you up here to do, you need an assistant. The assistant is coming. All right, so we'll wait, turn this on, and then you. Makina. All right. So it's Makina. And we're going to make some presentations now. So can we invite, first of all, Mr. Jackson to come forward so that a presentation can be made to him. Put your hands together for him as he comes. Yeah. So wait, so why are you leaving it? No, of course, but you might as well take it with you. All right, so Makina McLennan making a presentation to Ronald Jackson, who was our keynote speaker. Go over some more. Stand in the center so we can get a good picture of you. There you go. Put your hands together for him. Very comprehensive presentation he gave earlier. And I was telling him that perhaps he should publish
the presentation because it was chock full of very important information. And where did Dr. Underwood go? Oh, because it's all right. It's all right. I speak these things into being and they happen. Come on. Put your hands together for Ambassador Underwood. I think one of the things that has come out of her presentation is how important it is for us to have empirical data to drive the decisions that we make at all levels. Even in your home, even in your household, you must have information that you can trace in order to be able to make the decisions. Thank you very much, McKenna. Put your hands together for her. And may I invite now Sherry Joy Powell to come forward. Sherry? Put your hands together for her as she comes. All right, and I'm going to invite all of the ladies who are on the panel to come forward. Can you join me on stage, please? Or panelists, please join me on stage. Put your hands together for them as they come. Boy, I'm not just mean with the clap, sir. No, sir. I mean, you're all leaving here with lots of food for thought, you know, so the clap must reflect the food for thought that you're leaving here with. The applause should reflect that. Once again, we want to thank our panelists, outstanding work done by them. I'm not going to make the presentations. Okay. All right, so while the presentations are being made, you're being invited to complete the feedback survey, and you will find the survey on the QR code on the table, or if you want to hold your phone up and pick it up from the screen, you can do that. But please, that feedback is important. You attended, but we don't want just the numbers. We want to find out how impactful it was, so please fill out the survey and return same. So have all the presentations been made? Oh, we have. Come, Miss Prudence. Put your hands together for her as she comes. That was too fast. Don't know where they're going in a hurry, sir. All right, thank you all so very much. And so the only thing that we have left to do, really, ladies and gentlemen, is to say a very big thank you to you all for sharing with us in what I think has been an absolutely fantastic service excellence conference. The fact that we're able to tie so much into one day, you know, it shows that with a lot of hard work, we can accomplish much. Because imagine, if we can do so much in one day, imagine what we can do in 365 days of the year. It speaks volumes about the work that is left there to be done, though. But we're all going to have to learn to pull together. So I want to say a very big thank you to the partners, those organizations that partnered with the Ministry of Finance and the Public Sector Modernization Division to help stage this. The theme, Building Resilient Public Services, and I know that that is exactly what you're going to do when you get back into your various organizations. But I want to leave something with you. And it's just some pointers in terms of what it is that you take back to your organizations with you, because we have to all learn how to master service excellence. And I keep plugging away at the fact that you have to begin with yourself. You're the first customer, really, you know. And if you don't treat yourself well, then you can't treat others well. You can't treat others well. So start there. I want to encourage you to understand your customers beyond just gathering the data and doing the feedback. Invest in the kind of market research that will tell you what kinds of customers you have. Look at how shocked you were with all of those results coming from you about what is going on. You need to do the same thing in your organizations. We need to set clear service standards. We need to empower employees. As Dr. Ruby says, we all are leaders at some level, so start there. Prioritize communication. I find that we're not very good at communicating with each other at all. I find that we have a lot of work to do in terms of communication. Personalize the experience. One of the reasons I love radio is that when I'm on radio and I have a conversation, Dr. Kerry Wallace and others that I have interviewed, I don't see him, Richard Rowe is over there. When I have conversation with people on radio, I would love to think that I'm making them feel as if they're the only person with whom I'm having that conversation, and that is important. So when we talk about personalizing the experience, that is what we're talking about. We have to be proactive instead of being reactive. We react a lot, you know. There's a lot happening that we can fix before it becomes a major issue. So we need to be more proactive than reactive. Streamline processes. Streamline processes. You have an outline of what it is that you want to do. Make sure that you're following through, but make sure that everybody in the organization is on the same page. Another thing that we need to do is invest in training, and this is whether you're operating in the public or the private sector. You can't expect staff to know unless you tell them. You have to invest in training. You must also foster a customer-centric culture. See, we heard earlier on, Ms. Maria talked about having gone into the store, and here is one sales rep who didn't get it, but somebody else did. All of us must be on the same page when it comes to customer service. We must have a way as well of measuring performance. How do you do an evaluation with your staff and you have never engaged them in conversation? You don't know who they are. So these are the kinds of things that we're going to have to do. Embrace technology. Embrace technology. You know that there are some older folk now who know more about the use of AI than some young people because they have embraced technology. So all of us will have to embrace technology. We must also reward and recognize service excellence. I don't have to tell you that because you're already doing that. You're recognizing and rewarding service excellence. Stay agile and adaptive. You have to move with the times and adjust to the changes that are taking place. And you have to finally lead by example. You have to be the change that you want to see. Lead by example. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure. Tanika Kalam, thank you for the confidence you invest in me to do this kind of work for you all. It has been an absolute pleasure. I'm all the better for learning from these kinds of experiences. And so when I go back to my own organization, when I have a conversation with somebody on the phone, is my customer. And if I don't treat that customer right, he or she is not going to come back. It's about service excellence no matter what you are doing, no matter where you are in society. So I'm encouraging you to go out and just be the change that you want to see. Can't leave this experience without giving you the blessing that I give once I do these kinds of functions. The Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face to shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee, and be gracious unto thee. The Lord bless thee and keep thee, and make his face to shine upon thee. Bless you all.
why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious and a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are dealing with government entities, that we are work on. We benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious and a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are dealing with government entities, that we are work on. We benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious and a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are dealing with government entities, that we are work on. We benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious and a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are dealing with government entities, that we are work on. We benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better systems and services for a better Jamaica. Government and public sector, making the systems better to give you the quality and service you deserve. And you deserve it. That's why service excellence is the aim. We take it serious and a game. If we have convenient access to services when you are dealing with government entities, that we are work on. We benefit businesses and Jamaicans. Better